and he's in a world of hurt. When we last left him, he took some damage, and he's in that amphitheater of fire that's surrounding us now. His pulse rifle is empty because he went full auto because he was on Overwatch, and then it came out. He saw it, went full auto. So he's gonna try and sling that shotgun that he's carrying, but I don't think he's gonna make it before that even happens.
Awesome. So that is Elias. I love the Ave Maria on the forearms. I always see that. We'll then go next to Jim. Colin, why don't you tell us a little
All right. Yes, I am Meyer. I'm another former Colonial Marine. So little recap for Troy. I actually started playing the other game as Hopper, the pilot, and got killed. So Meyer was our backup, and Hopper actually went down went down with the team going in and left Meyer, the backup pilot, to fly the dropship. So I had the bright idea of taking a shot at the Predator with the weapons that are on the dropship, and missed, panicked, and the Predator shot me down. So, so I am in the process of coming out of the wrecked dropship. Meyer it's kind of a big guy. He tries to play it like strong and silent. He's got a crew cut. He has the classic, so he has an arm, like a bicep tattoo. It's like the classic Marine with the eagle over the globe and the anchor in the background. Yeah.
Nice. Let's meet our synthetic Rook.
Yeah, Rook is the synthetic medic on the team. Sort of short and stocky, sort of dirty blonde hair. She can get her hands dirty when she needs to, but mainly she's around to make sure that her human buddies don't get too wrecked, which is not going well so far. Was first touch on the Predator. I got caught up in a net. Managed to get out of that thanks to my buddy Arden. But I think currently Rook was running towards the crashed ship to see what was going on that side of the death zone.
Okay. Yes. And so then the last time I remember is Rook was kind of running to Rex's side, and then because I know that you're all standing and like the Predator's essentially like in front, or like in front of you. So are you saying that Rook is probably going to try to run away to get around to the, because the ship is behind the Predator. If that makes sense.
Oh, okay. I had that wrong in my head then. Yeah, probably trying to get to. I know Rex was pretty beat up.
And actually, to make it clear, if anyone, I've actually moved you off. You look at the Roll20. You can kind of see the map of fire and brimstone there, and they're at the bottom of the screen. Oh. If you scroll down to the bottom, you can see where everyone is. So you can kind of see Arden, Rook, Rex, Elias, and then I had Mickey. You're welcome to switch these around if you feel like, if you want to like move between 5 or 10 feet in spaces. If you're looking at that there, you're welcome to change those around. These aren't exactly, I say 5 foot squares because I'm thinking of D&D, but these are actually probably a little bit bigger, a little bit more spaced out, maybe more like 10 by 10 if you were actually down there on the ground. So there would be a little bit more distance between you and the creature to think about that. But yeah, you can definitely kind of just trying to help put where at least I thought I saw the characters, because I knew that Beto had just died over here somewhere because he was firing up the creature in the tree, and then the creature killed him and then jumped down. And so then up here you can see where Myers put the ship down, and I put him right there. Myers getting out of the ship, and then all the little red splotches everywhere are all the dead bodies from that have been killed off by this Yantia, or this alien species that you guys have encountered. And some of the forest is just up in flames. So for sure. Awesome. So we move from anything else, Rook? Got you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Got him.
Then we can move to Kat and Deborah's characters. I know Rex.
So my character is Rex Dalton. He is also a Colonial Marine. He tends to be a little bit quieter than the other two. So far, he has done a lot of damage to these creatures and has gotten hit quite a bit. He's sort of barely hanging on at this point, so we'll see how long he lasts. He tends to be sort of the, because we have 3 Colonial Marines, he tends to be sort of the other 2 have a lot of banter going back and forth, and he tends to be sort of the quiet one, maybe looks towards him to lead at times. But yeah, we'll see how he's doing. So, but yeah, that's sort of where he is at this point.
Awesome. And then last,
And then my character is Arden James. She's the scientist of the group. And so she's got like long brown hair that she just like sort of pulls up quickly to get out of the face and those kinds of things. Buddies with Rook.
mm-hmm.
And I honestly have no idea what I was doing at the end of the last game. So,
I don't think you were doing much. I think
Not
everybody was
bad.
kind of in shock and panicked as this thing was rushing towards them. So
Last
nice.
thing I remember is you got me out of that net.
Yeah.
And that's basically it.
So we've met all of our party members. The other character that is not here, I would be able to say, is, well, we have one other character named Beto. Beto got his head exploded by the shot from the creature, by a plasma cannon from the shoulder. Our other character, like you said, Hopper, got raked through the spine and I think the creature just showed the head and the skull before it rushed forward of Hopper to kind of intimidate the party. And then we have one character who's not here, but he's going to play him as NPC right now. He's the young kid. He's the 12-year-old kind of scrappy young kid that you guys found a long time ago. Found him when he was a baby. Yeah, Mickey. And so Mickey has a flamethrower slung across his, or actually, I think
He's holding our grenades.
He's holding the grenades. And then he had the flamethrower. I remember he might have had a plasma rifle. Because I remember he was shooting the plasma rifle and that ran dry on him. So I know he has his incinerator slung around on his back as well.
Yeah, he grabbed those plasma rifle or the smart gun.
Yep. So that's our whole party. He had the smart gun. Does Mickey?
That's what
Did he
Beto had.
lift the smart gun?
Oh, that's what Beto had. So Beto had the smart. Got it. I didn't even know Beto had a smart gun. So that's a big gun in that kid's hands. To do initiative tonight, I am going to go ahead. I'm going to shuffle up the good old initiative cards since we're starting off there. I'm going to look at somebody, and I am going to call out your name, and then I'm going to show the card, and then I'd like you to, if you could, let's see. Actually, Troy, since you're a spectator, could you do this for me as I name out the person, the character, and I show you the number on the initiative card? Can you put it in the chat? And then we'll put them all in order.
Yeah, go ahead, shoot them.
Sweet. So this one is for Jim Myers, for Colin's character. You are at initiative 1. Which is really good. So you're at initiative 1, Jim. So Jim is at 1. Jim at 1. We're going to do, who am I thinking of? We're going to do Kat's character, James. Arden, the scientist. You're at 4. She is at 4. So Arden, or James, his last name. That's fine. I can read them by us both. And then Dalton is at 9 initiative on the initiative tracker. Dalton, 9.
Hi, Dad.
This is for Elias. Elias, you are at 10 on the initiative tracker. Elias is at 10 on the initiative tracker. And Rook is at 6 on the initiative tracker. Mickey is going to play as an NPC, so we don't have to worry about him. Now we're going to deal out 2 cards for the creature. Initiative 2. And initiative. Okay, I didn't do that. You saw me shuffle them. I'm doing this screen so I can show you guys that I'm not cheating.
Meyer, use your chance to get away.
He really wants us all to die.
So, yeah, 2 and 3. All right, so then what we'll do is, so then it's going to be, good thing is Jim gets, so it's going to be Jim, 1, I'll just put these in order, 2, 3, and then Arden at 4.
I feel like this is the scene from Cabin in the Woods that we were talking about with the board. So, anybody want to take bets on how we all are going to die?
Well, because I know that Dalton has the highest kill count, and I know that's kind of the Predator's niche.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking Dalton, Elias, Arden might make it out. Though Arden did shoot someone, right? Two people. Okay, never mind. Arden's not coming out.
All right, so we've got our order to start the game and kick things off. So with that, I will do my quick recap. Can everybody hear the buzzing of the trees and the insects? Too loud to bring it down? Is it okay for now? Okay.
It's good.
Okay, and then, all right, so when we last left off, we were on the planet, the jungle planet of Eta 8. And we knew a little bit of backstory is that there used to be a colony on there, and there was this this war between these two factions, and long story short, between the United Progressive Peoples and the United Americas, and both of those people pulled out, and so you've kind of just had these ragtag. The civilization is kind of falling apart. There are still some colonies there, but in this particular part on the Tientsin Island, which is where you guys have landed, it's mostly just kind of these kind of guerrilla warfare type gangs who have kind of taken over the island, and Weyland-Yutani sent this group of mercenaries to find the survivors of the Weyland-Yutani vessel that had crashed, that had left LV-426 from Aliens 2, and our party has finished, was doing well. It found the crash site, had located Hallroyd, who is a synthetic who has been destroyed. I think Beto was carrying his head, so that head is still there if anybody wants to keep it. And then as you're tracking the guerrillas, finishing off some of them in a combat fight, you guys start getting attacked. They ran away. This creature, I think also then after Hopper died, our Jim, who is on the ship, was able to get back in touch with you all, radio communication. You guys Jim located the site of where the guerrillas was able to take out their anti-aircraft gun, and then tried to shoot, saw the Predator, saw the battle going on between you guys, shot at the Predator shot back at it, destroyed, grounded the Cheyenne dropship in this camp area where you guys are now. And so with the forest kind of on fire around all of you, there you standing in front of you is this strong creature, kind of shaking its dreads, and like as it's mimicking your characters from before, it pulls out both hands and whoosh, two, like almost a 1.5 foot claws on one arm, whoosh, 1.5 foot claws on the other. It ducks this smooth, elongated helmet that is over its face, that looks like a helmet for all intents and purposes, and then and you can tell that its form almost looks like female, but still like 6.5, 7 feet tall, alien-like form. And so she rushes headlong into the fray towards all of you, right before this, you guys were all shooting at this creature in the trees, and every one of your barrels, every one of your magazines ran dry. And so that is where we start. So if you do have reloads, you can use fast actions to reload. Otherwise, you could use your reactions to defend or to fight with whatever weapon you have in your hand. Or you can get creative and tell me what you'll do when we get to your turn. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and start with our opening credits for this evening. Actually, do one thing here. Turn this down for 1 second.
Ominous.
night to the hunting grounds, part 2, Prey for Prey. We will go ahead and pick up with our number 1, who is basically starting off with Jim. So Jim, as this creature is rushing forward, it's almost like there's a moment of clarity. You're not, close to it, but you're off. You're probably back here. Let's say each one of these squares is 10, you're maybe 30 feet, and through the brush, you can see it running away from you. You can also see your grounded ship. You're coughing. You just got out. What would you like to do?
Well, I see this thing, even though I actually taking advantage of the fact that I don't think it's seen me or it's ignoring me for now. I'm gonna, Meyer kind of like does this like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, and remember, this is also a game where hiding and running is just as much as part of the game as fighting. So if there's something like that you wanted to try to do to be out of sight, you can. That is something you can also do at your turn. But
yeah, but that is exactly what I'm going to do. And I know. So I hadn't fired in the previous thing because I was just coming out of the burning ship.
Yeah, you could. I mean, we'll say that like between last game, if you could pop off a shot at it if you'd like.
I'm fine with playing it as like, he didn't have the rifle loaded when he was flying around.
I see. Okay.
So we can say that. So I am going to, I'm going to move back over here. Actually, I can't.
You can't move that guy. It's okay. I'll move him. Yeah, we won't go through it. We know how that gets sometimes. Yeah. You're going to move back over like right around there. So you're running through.
Yeah, so I'm going to use my fast action to try to take cover behind the wreck of the dropship. Okay. And reload the rifle.
All right, so you go kind of, like I said, just running around the side, dropping, over on the side. Because, like I said, you were able to actually get the landing gear out. You haven't been able to assess how badly damage is. You can see a little bit of smoke towards the rear top compartment, but maybe one of the could be a turbine failure. You don't know, but you're like, there's no time for that, and you're reloading your weapon. Right?
Yeah.
As you do that, the creature is rushing forward, just full on. Rook turns with that synthetic quick response, seeing this thing closing in on you, and it goes for an attack. And you see it's like hand out, and you can see that claw. 2 6s. Rook, do you have armor on? So you can do a reaction if you were holding anything that could be a weapon to block. It uses one of your fast actions on your turn, or you can just take that damage.
Would a plasma rifle help in this case? It's a little large, I know.
No, of the plasma rifle, I would imagine you could bring it up like the butt of it to stop a creature or to fight back with it. Absolutely.
All right, then yes, please. I would like to try and not take that damage. All right, what do I need to?
So that is going to be a whatever. If you have, it's basically a strength, and then if you have a close combat, anything added to it for close combat. You don't have any stress. You'd be rolling, and you just need to get for every 6 you can cancel out one of these, or for every 6 you can do one of the stunts. Every extra 6 you can do one of the stunts.
All right. Ooh, 3 6.
Oh, nice.
Dying today.
Nice. And so, is there any looking at the? I'm sure you just want to block both of them and take no damage, of course. But just looking at these to see if there's anything that I forgot here. You can
close combat attack stun.
Oh yeah, you can. You could. Oh no, or is it?
Or is it?
I think it's block. Is it a? It should be a block stun.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, close combat blocking stun. Could I counterattack?
If it says that, then absolutely.
Yeah, it says counterattack. Base damage only. So the base damage of cracking her with the butt of the rifle.
Yeah. So then your base damage. I guess it wouldn't be the guns rifle. Does your I'm thinking, forgetting rules here right now. Humans, your creatures don't have base damage, so I think it would just be like 1 min, unless you're, well, you beat it. Yeah, you beat it by 1. So yeah, 1. We'll just do that. So 1 strength. So you yeah, is that what you do? You just want to hit it with the back of the gun? Is that what you imagine
I'll
you're doing?
block and then just get her back with the butt of the rifle.
Nice.
That fancy mask.
And so it's rushing in, and you block the. And so as you block the blades. Oh, actually, hold on 1 second here. Let me read one of my rules here. Make sure I have this right. Broken characters. Okay. All right. So as the thing swings, you put your hands, and it almost looks like you felt the blade smash against the gun, but then you saw the creature swing all the way through and kind of stagger. And as she staggered, her jaw and her face was low enough for you to just bring the back of the gun right across. And then right as you do, the creature takes damage and staggers, and kind of shakes the dreads and kind of sparks all over his thing. And it's taller than even Rook, but it's hunched low, so it's like eye length with you. And at that moment, as you do that, you feel something snap in your hands, and you realize the pulse rifle is in two pieces. It's literally cut the pulse rifle in half. It is no more, but it has taken damage. And then it grabs Rook by the throat, and as it grabs you by the throat, you're like, almost like maybe instinctively, you kind of grab it like around, like somewhere around the neck, and it kind of leans in towards her, and it goes, "What are you?" and then pushes off, and Rook kind of staggers away from it. As that happens, it is the creature's turn, and so as it's pushing away from you, it is going. Oh, actually, it already attacked, so actually it's the creature's turn again. So it will attack once more. You're losing a die. Only 1/6 there. So at this one, Rook does not have a reaction left for this one. She will have to take the damage. It will be 3 damage. Is she broken?
No, not yet.
So
there's definitely some of that white blood coming out.
Wham! So I imagine like the thing is like as it pushes off and cuts across, it's raked raking across her chest, and she's starting to like spray some of that white interior blood. And you get the feeling that the reason it even like it mimicked and asked that question is because like for some reason, we might know as the viewers or the people telling the story, but this thing knows you're not giving off the same. It knows you aren't like everything else around it.
Non-human heat.
And so as that happens, it is now so Arden's turn.
Okay.
Avenge me.
Then I'm gonna shoot it.
You're shooting at it? Are you doing full auto, or what gun are you using?
It's a pistol.
Pistol, okay. So then with pistol, it would just be a regular shot. So also everyone, seeing one of your team members get attacked, everyone's stress should go up 1.
Approximately how much stress should we have at this point? Because ours are wildly different.
Where did you guys
They're wildly different. In the last game, Rook gave Dalton, and I think that injections of something that completely wiped out the stress.
That's why Dalton is so low, and Arden is probably high. Everyone should be like, I would say like 3 or 4, 5. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. We're around there, yeah. So stress up. So stress is going to probably start climbing here in this situation.
It's going to be. I did get 1/6, and I did not panic.
Nice. So 1/6. Creature has armor. Let me check it one more time, just so I make sure I'm rolling the right things. So as she's shooting, you can see there are 3 6s there. So it whips, and it kind of it pretty much doesn't even put his hand up as it whips and looks towards where Arden is firing the pistol, like and you got no panics, right? as it whips towards you and looks to you, you can see sparks like hitting like the shoulder pad and the armor around it, doing no damage to it. You do have a fast action. So now you had your pistol. Is that the same pistol you shot with last game, or you had never shot with it?
I had shot with it like a month before.
Yep, that's okay. So that's the thing is, everybody was automatically at a point where they needed to reload. So on last game, yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna let yours stand because the reason was it was the end because there was so much panicking going on. I literally had everybody shooting at the creature in the trees, so that was kind of like imagine treated as more like a cutscene. So that was like the last shot in the chamber. So now you've got to reload next round. So you actually shot at it. You're not gonna panic, none of that. And then you still have your fast action though if there's something else you want to do, like whether it be running or moving. Anything? Or should I move on?
Where am I?
I have you, Arden, right here. And of course, this is not what your character looks like, but it's just a token for the scientist. So, scientist there, right next to Rook. Rook is so it's almost like as it was rushing, and it's like right in front of Rook, which means that you're shooting at this thing within like 10, 15 feet. It's like they're like right there. And it just kind of turns and looks at you. Gun, bullets bouncing off of it. And your gun just goes off. And so I'll just treat it as like two to three spaces is like a fast action movement. If you were trying to move around the board, you don't have to worry about roll 20 as much. It's just like kind of the gist, more of the feel of the scene. Where do you want to go? Like, Myers told me he wanted to go hide behind the ship, so that's where we put it. You don't have to be like opportunity to attack and all that. It's not. But otherwise, if you're just standing there, then you're just standing there.
Yeah, I'd probably back up a little bit, but for the most part, stay in the same area.
Yeah, same area. Just kind of backing away, shooting when our gun goes dry. At that moment, we would then move. Who's that? To Rook. So for momentarily, it is distracted Rook as it turns and looks looks away at James.
This is possibly suicide, but since I'm right next to it.
He's our medic.
Because one of the reasons I grabbed the surgical kit is it also does damage. That mechanized, surgery module.
Okay.
Right next to me, would I be able to sort of open up the surgical kit and go at it with the bladed implement?
Yeah, so I want kind of a little bit more fluff from you on what this thing actually looks like when you open it up to actually use it to do damage. Are you opening the thing up and pulling out just a blade or a hacksaw in there, or does it turn into some kind of thing that you can
I was imagining it as sort of an automated, like a kit, that you open it up, it sort of expands out, and the sort of defibrillator-like plugs braced onto whatever you're working with, and it has the auto surgery implements.
I see
Not,
that.
Like a kit of a roll-out leather kit of blades.
It's just
the
I see it.
version of the thing from previous that you
Absolutely. Yes, I see that. Okay. Yeah, you would. How do you see making that happen? Do you see that being a close combat attack, or?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Then go ahead and give me close combat with it.
All right.
And then I guess I don't. For the kit, it normally gives you. What does it give you when you're doing? When you're trying to do medical aid to someone, does it give you a bonus in dice or something like that?
It says it's a +2 base damage. So does that mean it just does 2 things of damage?
It just does 2 to damage. So I'll treat that attack as 2 strikes of damage. Yeah, if you're able to hit it. Okay. And because it wasn't paying attention, I'm going to drop its armor down by 2 for this attack.
All right. So I don't have any close combat, which sucks, but I do have strength, and I use that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. No 6s.
So okay, no. So she kind of you clamp it and you open it, and as it's looking at Arden, and you feel it clamp against the chest of almost like the side of the creature as it's looking towards James, and then you hit the medical aid button instead of the auto surgery, and it's and it probably injects it basically injects the equivalent of adrenaline, and so the thing just backhands Rook, and she goes flying backwards, slamming into the mud, and then it just like under its helmet goes, and just like lets out this huge scream. We then move to Dalton.
Okay, so my smart gun is out of ammo, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna pull out my pulse rifle.
Okay.
And I'm gonna shoot it. I haven't shot that one yet.
So pulling out, okay. Switching weapons is a fast action, I guess. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
1, 2.
Are you doing full auto, or are you just doing?
Yes.
Okay. So then you get an extra stress, but you get 2 extra attack dice.
Okay.
And then the base hit on a pulse rifle, I believe, is it 2 damage?
Yes.
It's 2 damage, and it's +1 to hit with, so you would have got extra +3 dice, so 4 dice with the stress.
Right. So I got 4 6s.
Jeez. All right.
No panics.
And so it's common armor piercing, full auto. All right. So then it's going to cut armor. One 6. How you said 4 6s?
4, yes.
All right. So as you are kind of describe what you look like as you're firing this thing, and you see the thing jerking as though it's being hurt. So it's just like she's firing at him, and it is like staggering back as the bullets are flying, like taking this. And you look like you've got it like on the ropes, and you could tell that it was like going to go for Rook again, and now it's backing away as you lay into it, and you can see splotches. You see a couple splotches of green like towards like the chest area, right under the breastplate, and then like in the abdomen you see a shot, and it kind of breathes under there. You've used both of those actions, Dalton, and then Elias, it's your turn.
So he's gonna use his fast action to reload.
Okay.
Now with the fast action, is that all he's gonna be able to just snap it in, and then can he still fire, or is that
fast action is it's a slow action to reload. So then he could only use his fast action if he is going to reload. That's all he would be able to do.
Okay.
So otherwise he'd have to like fight close combat or step back and be ready for that next round to shoot. And also, I don't know if for sure, I was reading about the synthetics. So unlike everybody else, they have a huge, the good side is like, they're so strong, a lot of hit points, but they don't recover hit points like everyone else. So she literally has to be repaired enough downtime to make it. I believe, I don't know if it's Comtech or heavy machinery.
It's Comtech.
Comtech. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be Comtech. Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to reload the pulse rifle.
So it's like locking one in, getting it ready to go. And at that moment, the creature has kind of stopped and it is kind of settled. It's right now in the moment. It is looking towards Dalton, upset that it just got shot up. And you see something on the helmet go, and then suddenly right in the middle of Dalton's chest, 3 little red dots appear. Jim, it's your turn.
Dude, we can do something about that. So Jim is in cover, and he's kind of like, he's panicking a little bit. Like since he's outside of view of everyone, he feels fine to visibly panic. Like, I can't do this. And I gotta do this. And he pops around and takes a few careful shots at the
Nice. All right, so he's kind of like firing into the fray. As he does that, he's gonna take some shots. Yeah, go ahead. When you say careful shots, so is it a pistol that he's using?
So he has a pulse rifle.
Pulse rifle. Okay. Is he fully auto, or is he just gonna?
Just not fully auto. No.
All right. I am gonna say that just range. No, I think you got the shot. I would say just because of the brush and how far they are away. I'm gonna give you a -2 to the shot. -2 dice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm
It's okay.
counting things.
Pulse rifle's one off. I need a pulse rifle sound. Assault rifle. ARs don't sound like pulse rifles. Okay. So there's a company, Renee, that builds. They build the pulse rifle from Alien as a real gun, and it sounds like a pulse rifle with all the counters and everything. It's crazy. They just build 2 6s. Nice.
Yeah.
Armor. Oh my god. No 6s. So the base damage is 2. You want to take the extra 6. You want to take the extra damage and make that 3 damage, or what do you want to do?
Let me see what the other things I can do.
Yep.
So ranged combat.
You guys are lighting this thing up.
Damage. I can swap initiative, but I don't want to do that. I can make it panic.
Oh, you can only do that to a human.
Yeah,
it won't work with an alien.
And same thing with opponent drops held item / weapon.
You could have it drop a weapon. The problem with the Predator is it's not holding one. Everything's attached to, like, all of its gear is, like, on it. So I could have you, like, shoot something off, but I'm not buying that one as a stunt. I think it's more so meant for, like, holding, at least for right now. If it was, like, the end of the game, I'd be like, yeah, you can, like, blow the cannon off. But I think right now it's not holding anything that it can drop.
So let's just do 1 extra damage. That's 3
All right,
damage.
so it takes the full 3. So, Jim, it kind of staggers away from you, and you got it to, as it, as you start shooting at it, it's those 3 dots go swoop, and it looks over at you and fires.
Of course.
It's so.
I would have died, so Thanks.
Let's see.
One time Deborah makes it.
It's a 9-shot. Oh man. Down, guys. Keep rolling out. So 3 6s, and it is 3 damage if the 6 is rolled on anything above. All right, so you are going to. Do you have armor? You can go ahead and make an armor check.
Yes, I have 6 armor. So, so I haven't rolled armor check before. If I have 6 armor, does that mean I roll 6 dice?
And the plasma, it technically is armor piercing. Renee, do you recall? Is the armor piercing? Does it cut armor in half?
I think it cuts it in half.
Because I'm not gonna. I don't think I wouldn't make it like just destroy armor. So then you get 3. But
okay.
You know what? For the sake of heroics and it being far away and the shot being off, I'm gonna give you your full 6. But going forward, it's gonna be like, because that plasma shot is really strong. It's like it blows holes in like regular Marine armor. But I'm gonna add it as like it's almost like your chance to jump out of the way. So give you your full 6. So
okay.
Yeah.
That's 2 6s.
All right. So it still gets 1 in there. So if it gets the 1, you take 3 damage.
Okay.
And as you take that 3, it gets a free action to move in. So it gets a free fast action. And that's really not enough. So it gets a free fast action. So I'm going to use that to get a free fast action to move in and make a free attack. So I'm going to move in on Rex behind me, turn back towards Rex as the blast hits you, staggering you. It rushes in and goes at it with the claws again. Rex, how many hit points do you have right now? Only hit 1 6. All right, do you have armor left? Oh, you're on that mute.
Yeah, so, I mean, I haven't done anything with armor, so...
Yeah, technically it's a close combat strike, so I don't even, these are the things I should have, did some catching up on, because armor is more like, I'm trying to think for, I'm gonna let you roll your armor. Is it a 6,
It is a 6, yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna make it be 3. It's because all his stuff is armor piercing, so you get 3 3 dice.
So I roll 3 dice.
And you got to block that 1/6.
Do I have to roll stress?
No stress. It's just armor.
Ooh,
I
she
got
did
1
it.
6.
Nice. So
My 3 dice.
as it's kind of rushing towards to grab you, the claws, like you're able to like move out of the way of one of the swings, and then it kind of comes back with an elbow, kind of like pushes you in the chest, and you go flying back, and maybe like 10 feet, slamming into a nearby tree as it's kind of starting to walk towards you. At this moment, the creature, it still has one regular free action left. It jumps towards you and ends up jumping like above you into the tree line. So it's like right above, right here, really, like right above Deborah's character, but in the tree, like maybe 15 feet up, just leaps up in the tree and is like right there over a branch, looking down over the party. Mickey has run and hidden like in the brush. Did anybody take the weapon from him? No, on that first turn. So he's just kind of stayed elusive like he normally is. Kind of hear him like, oh no, and he kind of like gets on all fours and like crawls away into some brush. It's actually the creature's turn again. I'm forgetting. So, with that, just as quickly as it jumps, actually I probably shouldn't have jump from the tree. So I'm actually gonna keep it almost like it goes to jump. It doesn't move. It stays in front of Deborah, and it's going to go for. If I had to jump another tree, I would just use its fast action to jump down. So it moves. But
She's just showing off at this point.
Yeah. So 2 6s. So go ahead, 3 armor again, and then also if you can also try to block it as well.
Can I? What do I do if I try
that would
to
be
block
using
it?
you'll be using your giving up your fast action for the turn.
That's
like, so you
fine.
wouldn't be able to run. So then the block would be a normal close combat
Okay.
action. And then if that fails, you could use armor.
Okay. Do I have enough dice yet?
And yes, this is that would be still with stress.
Okay. I did panic.
Okay, good.
I
So
rolled 2 6s and 1 panic.
nice. And then everyone's, I think, between this round and me starting, I've attacked. Let's see. Oh, this is my second attack. So I've attacked twice. So everyone in the vicinity's panic goes up. So you should have +2. So Deborah, go ahead and roll on the panic chart. What you got?
Oh, I don't have it open. Crap.
Oh yeah, I'll pull it. Let's see.
I'll roll.
All right, just go ahead and roll your d6 and then add how many panic dice you have. 10. So you freeze. You're frozen in fear. Let's see, for 1 round, losing your next point of action. Your stress level and stress level of all friendly people within short range go up by 1. So that's just going to be.
Question.
Yes.
Can I use overkill, or can I not since I'm in the defensive?
No, because you would have had to declare. You'd have to declare overkill. I mean, over. Oh, you mean overkill? No. How does overkill work again? Because you have to. I think if the score hits, right?
Instead of panicking in the face of mortal danger, you can turn your fear into aggression and use it as a weapon against your enemy.
Okay.
And trigger the overkill effect when you make a panic roll. See page 104.
Okay.
You
Let's
need
see
to
what
see
that
page
is.
104 to see what that is. But basically, I go into the mode of I have to kill everything until it's dead. Like it's sort of like frenzy treatment.
Oh, I know. So what? So yeah, on page 104. But so which one on 104 do you take instead? You take Berserk or?
Well, I don't know. I need to open it.
I'm looking at it. So what does it tell you to look for on page 104?
It says, see the overkill. Hold on.
Oh, I see it. Overkill talent lets you replace the effect of a panic roll with the result of a level. So you must.
Sorry.
Just thinking about how
Okay.
that if she runs off with my medical kit stuck to her.
So if you do this, you have to commit to attacking the predator, the creature, until it dies or you die. That's
Yeah,
what the
pretty
way.
much.
That's the way overkill works. It's like you just so you immediately get a free attack, and your enemies. Yep, so you get a free attack, and everyone within short range must make a panic check. So that's going to be not Rook because she's synthetic, and not really anybody else because so everyone's safe there. So what'd you get?
It's not working.
He's having computer problems.
Well, if I wasn't sharing a computer, my computer was dying here. Like, your character is just.
Blame Katarina.
Can you fix this? I don't know why your character is just. So do I attack? Is that what?
You get a free attack. So yeah. Now you are close, so you'd have to make you'd have to move back if you're going to actually shoot your gun. You know, get a little bit of space between you. You could do that totally, but that would be using your fast action. So you wouldn't be able to. Because sometimes you can use your fast action to aim and get an extra, like a bonus to your shot as well.
Why not? You're blocking the whole thing. You can't do anything.
I can't actually see
Did
anything.
you close her?
Yes, but I had to.
Let me do this.
I can't read
My
any
gosh,
of that. It's too
I'm
far
sorry.
away.
All right. While you're let's see. Should I come back to you?
No, I can go ahead and do it.
All right. Go for it.
No, obviously, this is so hard.
And I got lost in the round. Where are we at? So we just predator just attacked, second attack, and that's where we're at. You're getting your free attack instead of panicking. And then the scientist is next. So James is up next, right?
So what? So I hit 2, but I also got 2 on the panic. So how does that work?
You panic again? Well,
even in overkill mode?
Oh no, yeah, that's true. It's because you're in overkill. So no, I think that takes the place of your panic when you do overkill. I think it just puts you in grave danger because you have to keep attacking. But so the thing that you won't panic again, but you do run out of bullets. So you've got to reload that weapon. I'm not gonna stack the ones on each other. They're just, you got to reload ones. And so you got 1 6?
2 6s.
2 6s? Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm getting shredded.
I'm getting shredded?
No, me. the predator. All right. Might be an early game. This continues like this. Let's see, who is yeah. You know, that's why I'm giving you guys armor piercing, but I have natural armor. It shouldn't be in half. But okay, next. So you shoot. So this thing is staggering away, and it like slams against the tree, and almost like if you guys were to reverse rolls, the tree that you were like, it slams against another tree side by you, and you're just like, you know, he's just laying shots into this creature, and it is kind of blocking now with its weapon on the defensive. Some of the bullets bouncing off the armor, some bouncing off the blades and other pieces there, and we move to Arden. James.
All right. How long would it take to potentially? Well, Rook, how bad do you look?
Pretty bad.
All right. How long would it take if I wanted to attempt to fix her?
You would just have to make a medical aid check, which you can do. You're going to do that for Rook. You need downtime. You can't do it in the middle of battle. Yeah.
Yeah. I started out with so much health, but
I'll help you later, I swear. Okay.
kill it. That'll help me if you kill it.
Okay, I'm gonna take out my knife. I'm gonna run at it and just try to stab it.
Well, is your knife better or is your
Abort! That's not what I meant.
Is a knife or a machete better?
They're both going to count as a knife. They're both going to count as the same thing against this thing.
Don't worry about it. Hey, my ranged combat is pathetic.
Oh my gosh, there's so many stress dice.
Got 2 6s, but I did get 1.
Got 1 6.
She
I
got
got
2
2 6s, but I got a little face on it.
Oh, so then roll in the panic chart so as she goes running forward with this knife, you get close and like it's kind of been shot up and for a second there, we'll just imagine that Rex has taken a moment to like cease fire. Maybe you're reloading, or maybe there's just a moment where Arden can rush forward and try to stab it. And as you get within range, it looks really haggard. It looks up and just puts its knife out. And knife to knife, you're like, like you're like 5 feet away from it, and you see those blades go out, and you just stops you in your tracks. Roll, and what do you get on panic?
I got an 8. It's the
All
lowest
right.
I can get.
So that is, you start to just tremble uncontrollably. So all your skill checks using agility will suffer a -2 until your panic stops. So unless somebody commands or stops her, you still have agency, but you have a -2 to anything agility going forward until that panic comes down. So she's like, maybe not there. As this is happening, we move to Rook.
Oof. Okay. Because I have no weapons. I got thrown. How far away did it throw me when it...
Just like you're still within range. It's like maybe like threw you on the ground like 10, 50 feet. You just jumped up. All this is kind of theater. We're kind of playing it loose from that perspective. So you got more than enough speed to get to it if you needed to get to it. Or more enough range.
I'm wondering if I would be able to get to Mickey and try and grab a weapon from him.
Yeah, that'd be totally. So you like going for Mickey. Give me so what you would. This is not going to take any of your time, but you have to give me an observation check to locate Mickey, or unless you're like calling out to him.
No, I'll trust in my observation. Oh no, I shouldn't have trusted. Okay.
1 6. And so you look, she scans, and then Rook kind of marches, and she like pushes her hand into like one of the trees and lifts, snatches Mickey out. His like feet are dangling, his little Converse or whatever he's wearing, his space Converse, and he's got that big smart gun strapped around his neck. What do you do next? Are you taking that from him?
Or did I try and shoot, or does it need to be reloaded?
Well, I think it would be, it needs to be reloaded. So by the time you grab it, the time to get it ready, you're swinging it around for like the next turn.
All right.
So got the smart
I'm rooting
gun.
for you to survive this, Arden, but I can't do anything else.
It is it's on Dalton now. So you, the spot scientist, and I'm gonna just say so Rook is like over here with Mickey now. Arden, you're over. So you and Dalton are nice and comfy and cozy with this thing. So we're at Dalton. Yep.
Okay, so it's my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you said that my pulse rifle is now out of.
No, it's not.
Right?
You're not. I can't automatically. I was just saying that there had to be a moment of you stop shooting for Arden to run in and for it to make sense for her to try to stab this thing.
Okay.
But I will say you're within a close enough range where you have some kind of penalty shooting full auto this close, in this range where you're at. So are you back? Are you trying to create more distance and fire on it?
Yeah.
Okay. You move outside, so moving like maybe back over here, and then shooting on it.
Yep.
Go for it.
Gather up my dice. Don't panic. Gosh darn it.
You got like 5 6s.
I know, I got a ton of 6s. I got 3 6s and one of the 1. Dang it.
Still an overkill mode. Right?
So roll panic.
Am I still in overkill mode?
Yes, you are in overkill. But that's another thing that's going to happen with overkill. Yes, you're still in overkill. You're not going to panic any further. Oh yeah, wait, yeah, you actually ran out of bullets last turn.
That's what I was asking if I.
Yeah, you're right.
Had.
I am so sorry. I
Okay.
thought you were referring to. Yeah, you're right. So you would
So
actually
what I'm
need
going
to
to do
use
instead
that.
is I'm going to pull out my knives and I'm going to go into close combat range.
Okay, Fair enough. That's a. All right, let's go ahead and do close combat with this thing.
That's
You just take out the knife. Cut it.
Get out my helmet.
oh, this time I did pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sixes.
5 6s.
I got 5 sixes and no ones.
No ones. Jeez. All right. At least it gets full armor. 1 6. Only 1 6. So what do you want to do with your other 6s?
What's my? I want to do as much damage as possible. What are my options?
You're just laying in the 6s on the creature. So how many? So it's past 1. It blocked one of them. How many did you roll? 5.
I rolled 5 total.
So you're gonna take 4 damage.
Yeah. Well, the knives are 2 each. Or 2. I don't know if I get to hit it with both knives or not, but at least one. So a knife is 2 damage, so however much that means with the rest of it.
Oh. Yeah, so it would have been, so then yeah, there would be one more. So, geez. All right. So it goes to block you, and you drive the knife right into its stomach, and it grabs your arm, and you feel the force almost about to break your arm as you pull away before it can, get a tight grip, and you pull your knife out. It's green blood splashes, and that it's literally glowing. Your blade is glowing as you back away from the creature. It is, and then it's under its mask, and as it coughs into whatever respiratory agent was there, you see like green blood starting to run down across its right under its throat. Yeah, like running over that because you can, in certain areas you can see it has she has like this mesh covered, but you can see through there and see that there's this like almost I want to say like a greenish yellow black spotted skin. Hands are clawed, long black nails. So yeah, and like I said, just Dalton is just in fury right now fighting this thing, and who's next? Elias.
So he reloaded.
Yep.
From where he's at, he can just fire full auto, right?
He could. He'll get plus 2 damage. I mean, plus 2 dice, and he gets plus 1 stress.
Okay. And then Rex is.
This thing looks, to my surprise, it looks pretty bad for my predator right now.
I'm so disappointed by this.
I have to be. It's like Act 1. But no,
I only have 1 hit point.
Playing it fair. You got this. What I do think I'm wrong though about is I'm giving you guys too much on armor, because I know that I have natural armor, and so since I create this creature, I don't think it cuts, because all the aliens. If I was just reading about the aliens, it tells you when to cut their armor, but it only says for fire. So I don't think I would cut his armor in half, or you guys pulse up her armor in half. But that's fine. I played it that way. Leaving it as is. This is a win for you guys right now if you guys can get this in, and it does not end the game if you do get this in. So go ahead.
Cool. All right. Full auto.
I'm just treating it as her armor is so ragged at this point. She made an error thinking that she could take these humans head on.
6 6s.
Oh. So overall armor, as I've been doing it at 5. So 1 is at least going to go through. All right. So that automatically he's just legs. Like you fire that pulse rifle, I imagine, until it goes dry. Yes, exactly. That's the sound that I cannot do. And as you do this, let me roll on the critical chart because things to see what happens to the creature.
Oh no!
Right.
The joy followed by all of us remembering what happens to predators.
So it goes, and it kind of like slides down. And it's just like breathing heavy under its mask. her breastplate is shot up. She's heaving, and her fans go, and little tubes start to hiss. 1, 2. You can tell the lungs are filling with blood. And then as those last two, whatever the components disconnect, it loses like all life and goes silent. We are no longer in combat, and this thing is down. So as that happens, even though we're not in combat, I guess just kind of imagine that the next person would have been Miller. Meyer. Jim, what do you do here?
I will approach very cautiously. I'm just waiting for this thing to spring back up, but I'll approach cautiously, and I get close enough, like kind of nudge it with my boot.
So you guys see, and at this point anybody can jump in. So as you see Meyer walking over to get close to it, what's everybody else doing? So as you get close to it, and you kind of, what part of it are you nudging? Just where would your boot actually be on the creature?
Well, I would keep the pulse rifle trained on it, but then attempt to push it over so the leg face up. Okay,
so it's literally leaning against the tree towards you. So you kind of nudge the leg. I imagine you kick and doesn't move, and the mask is still on. Both humanoid arms. You can tell it has 5. As you guys are all looking at this thing, it has 5 fingers, appendages on each hand. Cloth, same thing. Humanoid feet, but like I said, that same colored skin. A body that is completely looks like 98% muscle and lean. Tall mass, dreaded. From what you look like, you can't tell if it's hair or if it's tubing, if it's attached to the mask or the skull itself. You can see that out of all the bullets, it has taken a good 2 or 3 directly into the chest, 1 in the side here, a couple shots in the legs, and it is profusely bleeding out. The whole thing is like glowing green at this point as it sputters, and some of that is still running from under the mask.
If it's free movement now.
Yeah, it's free movement. It's completely.
Rook would go to Rex, who I believe is the most injured, I think, of all of us on the human side of the team anyway. But I'm going to go up to Rex, kind of give a once over, and then I would like to use my medical kit to try and patch up what looked like the worst of Rex's injuries.
Okay. So Rook is working on Rex. So you can make a medical aid check on Rex, while Rook is working on Dalton. How about Elias or?
So Elias is gonna walk up. He's got his pulse rifle down, and he ducks down, slings it, pulls out his knife, lifts off the mask. Jesus. Christ.
Yeah. And so you just see the mandibles closed on the face, green, and kind of a slender face, and several almost like tiger stripings across the top. The head is elongated, similar to the front of the mask as well. But yeah, it does elicit the reaction you just gave it when you see it.
When I did a flyover, it looked like the entire guerrilla camp was destroyed. I didn't think you all could do this that quickly, but this thing, I believe it.
And Elias reaches down on one of the little mandibles and with the knife just cuts off what would be a tooth, puts it in the pocket. That's for later.
Yeah. You guys, I don't know if it allows me if you can see it, but on Roll20, that's the face of the thing. Does it show it? Is it showing? No. I don't know why when it says show players, it doesn't show players. Like, Roll20 never seems to work anymore. Like it used to. No. Okay. What I will do then is just share it from my screen. So this right here is her face, long dreaded, without the mask. That is it. All right. So I hear some kind of talking going on as Mickey kind of comes out the bush and kind of sitting, comes out of the bushes since Rook pulled him out. And it's like, is it over? Jeez, that was nuts. I was in complete shock. Thanks for taking the gun from me. And to point at Rook.
Mickey, I thought you didn't want to. I didn't think you would want to give up a gun like that.
I thought I wouldn't want to, and did you see? Look at that thing. I wouldn't even be anywhere near it.
And Elias will do one last thing. He walks over, pulls the head off from Betho's pack and hands it to Rook.
Nice.
Rook takes Holroyd's head and looks at it.
So while you guys are kind of coming to, and I imagine, like I said, it's kind of quiet because there is this just state of shock over the party. Ahead of you, almost kind of revealing, if we were like of a panning shot or kind of pulling back shot, you guys over down here in the corner here on roll 20, but up towards this way, you guys are all starting to be able to see the camp as some of the trees, some of the fire starts to burn away. And you see 3 figures starting to walk out of the smoke towards you. And as they come out, they are not armed, but they're like, hey, their hands are up, just kind of like, hey, don't shoot, kind of deal. And you see as they walk into the clearing, there is a dark-skinned a man who's wearing kind of they all are wearing similar clothes, except for there's a woman. She's wearing kind of a business dress suit, kind of worn low, like loafers. Kind of they look like they've seen a day. Like they all are a bit scuffed up and beat up. The guy in the middle is carrying. He is actually the only one that's armed right now with looks like one of the assault rifles he picked up off of the ground. And then next to him is another kind of scruffy female who looks like she's wearing officer gear, or maybe like some kind of colonial garb. You do notice the Weyland-Yutani patches on them, and you realize these could be the people you're looking for. So yeah, give it back over to you guys.
Rook is going to take the head from Elias, kind of look at it for a second and say, I'll trade you, and I'll put it in the pack and take out another dose of nap relief. Give that quick injection to Elias. Stress gone.
Who did we say knew at the end of last game, who knew Billy's character? Didn't we roll that last game? I thought it was Elias that we decided Elias. So Elias, as you look over, as this banter's going between Rook, kind of doing the trade between, you look up and you see the dark-skinned guy walking towards you, and you recognize this as Billy. Like, and from whatever time you guys served, that he at some point was kind of dishonorably, you believe it was a dishonorable discharge, and then he kind of just disappeared like a ghost, and you haven't seen him since. And he looks out, he goes, Elias!
Elias kind of drops his pulse rifle, like it's still slung around his forearm. Where the fuck have you been?
I was in this camp. And he kind of reaches out to give you like the handshake. As you claps, he's like, you son of a bitch. Kind of does that. And he goes, man, we were here trapped in there. The explosions overhead made just enough hole for us to get out. They've had us held up in there for almost a week now. There were more of us. But he goes, oh, he was one of us at one point, looking at the head, at Holroyd's head. The characters start to introduce themselves. The officer, female. How would you describe Mac? How does she wear her hair again? Deborah, sorry, I'm looking at you as though, how does Mac wear her, or how do you think she would look right now from being a prisoner in this camp?
I mean, she has pretty short hair and is a fairly athletic build, so I think she probably, she probably is a little, a little bit dirty from being in the camp, grimy, but, she's a, pretty athletic person, and so I think she would look like she's sort of, survival, trying to survive in this environment.
And so there she is. So that's Maggot. She kind of looks roughed up but looks ready to survive, looking around. She's also scrounging. She's found a pistol and picked it up off the ground, kind of like she checks it. She finds a mag, in it. She's like, okay, good. She looks around and you could tell her and Reynolds are just at odds. They can't, like, you can feel the distance between the two. Reynolds is kind of looking around as well. And Billy's like, what did this? Did you guys do this? So you're this is the badass group. And then he looks and he goes, what the? And he like trains the pulse rifle on it. And he goes, I mean, it looks dead. Is that thing dead?
Shows the tooth. What do you think, Doyle?
God damn, man. Well, I'm so happy to see you guys. And then Reynolds kind of pipes up. It's just like, yeah, I take it you're I was hoping that Weyland was going to send somebody after us, hoping they weren't going to, leave us here. Like,
sure, the cavalry.
Good. Well,
yeah, unfortunately, one of the conditions of this was that we destroyed your previous ship, so that's not a way off currently.
You destroyed the remains of the ship?
That was one of the first lines in the contract.
Orders from on high.
Did you guys do it, though? I thought you guys set the charge and didn't. Remember you guys walked away?
We did it. I thought it was right after
the
gunfight.
You did, and when it went back, and so you did destroy it. Yep. So then Billy goes, so then Reynolds is like, fuck. Okay, that's not good. If they want you to destroy the ship, okay, let me think this through. So she's kind of like mumbling under her
They want
breath.
you back for sure.
Okay. So then how do we get off of this rock? I just think we need to get off.
That's a good question.
Do we have another one of those drop ships up?
You don't.
Not on the ground. Mickey, why don't we take a look at this thing? I think, well, you don't have a lot of duct, or you don't have enough duct tape for this, but we can do something.
Do you know if your captains had any sort of airship capacity? They have anti-aircraft missiles. At the very least, it seems that they would have their own way of getting off planet if they needed to.
Say that again.
Just, do you think your captors had any sort of way of getting off planet? I know that the tech seems a bit rudimentary, but...
So then that's when Mac is like, yeah, I think they do. She's kind of like wiping a cut on her lips. She's like, those bastards. Oh, you could tell she maybe got like tortured or beaten. They tell they've all kind of been through it. And she says, well, that's one option. I remember they speak a very kind of a broken, equivalent of English, but like she's like, whatever they some of it almost sounds like some kind of island slang that I couldn't pick up, but I remember a couple of them talking about a fallout shelter on the coast that they had just found, but had not had a chance to excavate, and that makes sense if you know anything about this. The colonies here, they would have had bases that could have maybe sustained nuclear strikes, probably from ships like yours or like the Marines. So that's one option. If we've got nowhere else to go, maybe if you're saying that thing did all this, I mean, I guess that could be one place to go. If to maybe they have some kind of ship there. But I don't remember them saying they had anything. They just were talking about it being on the coast, like towards the beach. At that point, Reynolds pipes up. There's no way I'm going to just go hunker down and just be in a bunk somewhere. We need to get the fuck off of this rock. She says, so whoever's the pilot here or whoever's the mechanic needs to get this thing up and running so that we can get off. Unless anybody knows of any other ships in this planet.
There is another option, and I don't know whether to speak up or not, but when I was flying over, I think I saw the thing that brought that thing here. It didn't look like any ship that I'd seen before.
Huh.
And I'm betting, and I directly addressed Reynolds, I'm betting Weyland would reward us fairly well for bringing something like that back.
Could make my career. But how are we going to fly an alien ship? Like, here's the thing. I'm all for just getting off the rock. If it means flying whatever alien vessel off of it, then absolutely, or flying this one. At that moment, I think then Billy chimes in. He's like, fine, but we're going to go to this if that is an option. What if there are more of these? I feel like we should kind of make sure we stand our ground, secure this site. He's kind of going military. He's like, I think we should secure this site and make sure that no more of these things, enter the immediate area. That's my bet before we just go walking out where we can just walk into another shitstorm.
So I think we should see what the status of our ship is, because that may tell us what our options are. If that ship is not repairable, we only have one option, and that is to find another way out. But we don't know what our options are until we've taken a look at our ship.
Okay. And so, as you are, I imagine that Myers would probably be the first one to kind of, all of you guys can actually walk around and take a closer inspection of the ship. Myers, why don't you give me an observation for, you can use your observation. Yeah, I would say an observation check to look over the ship, unless there's something else that you think might be better to just see, to gauge where it's at. But I'll give you a +2 since you're one of you're kind of like the co-pilot, so you understand it, maybe what you're looking for.
Sure, yeah. And so at this point, if we're out of combat, does it make sense to roll stress dice?
So we're still out of combat. You're still, so stress has to come down. So right now you guys have been out of combat for, I'd say, the last going on 30 minutes. So stress would have come down by 3 for everyone, but it's still up because you guys are still on edge. You guys can bring that down other ways. You can also bring stress down by messing with your little signature. You can do it by bantering, or you could just let time pass. Right now, nothing's happening. So as time goes on, it will continue to come down. So right now, you might still have some stress, though, doing this.
I can, if Rook is sort of walking along next to Meyer as he surveys things, I can use my calming presence to reduce one more stress level.
Nice. Okay.
Sort of the surety of the synthetic being there to help you out with whatever's going on.
While he is, because I imagine looking over the ship takes, while he's doing the check now, it's probably going to take him a good 20 minutes, right? So we're going into another hour. It's about, I'd say it's about 3:30 in the afternoon, about to be going on 4 by the time he's done looking over the ship. Is everyone else just standing around watching him? Is there anything worth looking at? And I'm actually going to start removing some of the fire, as it started to die out in the tree. So it's not like a hell situation anymore. You guys do also notice, actually, why doesn't everyone give me an observation right now, just to kind of see what you all see in the camp? And I'll just kind of move everyone into camp a little bit.
And my observation for checking out the dropship was, I just said 1-6.
1-6, okay. And that's what you need. And so looking over the ship, we're going to put this, we're just going to leave it there since it's dead.
Quick question. When I did the medical check earlier for Dalton, I got 2 6s. Does that mean that Deborah gets back 2 health?
So the medical aid, it gives back, yes, I think for a medical aid check, it's 1-6 per
Just
check.
making sure.
Yep, I think so. So give her 2 back unless the medical kit has a bonus And that, because sometimes there's a bonus in addition to the 6s that you roll. So if it was a bonus 2, then you would have 3 instead of 2.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think I had like the most basic kind of medical kit.
It's just plus, medical aid. The only stunts are you recover 1 hit point. So actually hitting the success is the success. And then I guess so it's just two experience points. 2 health points. That's right. All right.
But everybody make a
observation. So, and so you succeeded, Jim. You don't have to make another one, but everyone else is just this is to see just what your initial scannings of the area as you look around.
I'm not observant.
I panic.
All right, panicking in this situation is nothing crazy is going to happen. But what I'm going to say is that you just failed, so maybe something might not be revealed to you. And you're just feeling just a little on edge, right? And your stress is going to go up as it comes down. So it's going to, you'll still have 1 on top of everyone right now, Arden. So as you all are looking around, did anyone not get a 1?
I didn't get
outside of Arden.
I didn't get a 6.
Didn't get a 6. Okay, yeah, no 6s, no 1s if you didn't.
No.
How about you, Elias? Nothing. Okay. So looking around, it seems like Jim, what you're able to decipher and see is that this could be repaired. It's going to take some time. Like, you realize that this could take, it could take anywhere between 2 and 4 shifts, which means half a day to an entire day to get fixed. And as you look over the ship, you realize you need kind of some proper, there's a couple things that are missing. So some doohickeys and like basically a servo unit and a, let's see.
We destroyed all those extra doohickeys.
You need some oil, you need a servo unit, and you do realize that they would have been on the crash site. And if the crash site has been destroyed, it is, in your mind, it's probably the chances of finding something that got blown out of the ship that was not destroyed is very low. So there's about 3 items that you need, and it's going to be very difficult to find them in the wreckage. It's possible, but the cards are stacked against you on that. So it's kind of like you would be reporting like you're like the doctor reporting very, very negative news to the party in terms of if they do want to go to the crash site and try to recover items there. As you all just spend a little bit of time in the camp, also that, Myers.
Can I start fixing Rook?
Absolutely. Yes. So now some more time has come by, and actually I'm just going to say that an hour goes by. And so after that time, you guys start to feel a little bit more comfortable. Are you guys setting up talk to me about you guys are military people. So how would you secure a camp, like this? You've seen Predator movies, so yeah, maybe there's just one, but would you be on would you guys just be comfortable right now? And what would you be doing as you're even figuring out next steps?
Elias is probably setting off any extra grenades that he probably took Mickey with him.
Okay.
And just like make tree line, just whatever stun grenades they have left.
Okay. Can I get so sorry, not to cut you off, but I did, Arden had said she wanted to fix Rook. So to start working on that would be yes, you want to make a comm tech for.
How much would our stress have gone down? Because I was pretty stressed before.
I'm going to say everybody's stress is like at 1 right now.
Right.
Because there's just still an uncomfortableness in the air. You guys don't know if you're getting off the rock yet. You don't know what's going on, but it's you're starting to get a little bit of reprieve.
So 1-6.
1-6. All right. So for every 6, and for a little bit more time, you're starting to recover and share, kind of like provide more hit points to Rook. So that gives Rook 1 health back. With a little bit more time, you can keep doing it, but I'd say like that's how, almost like per hour, you can keep doing that. You're still working on Rook. What part are you fixed? Have you maybe fixed? Maybe Rook, where is it feeling better, or what is she repaired on you?
Because I remember it was just a big front slash when that pulse rifle got carved up. So it's probably a lot of like reconnecting small sort of wires, regulators that are in the chest area. I was pretty bad. So it's a patch job, but it's around a lot of really vital, delicate systems. Probably just covered in white synthetic blood.
You were setting up. So here's the thing: as you're going to set up traps, Elias, Billy's like, "Hey, bud, good to see you. He's like talking and catch up with you. He's like, I'll go with you." And he's like, "So you're thinking about?" And let's just say, do you guys know how many grenades you have left? If not, I'm gonna roll it and do like a D3.
According to my notes, we have 5.
5?
Yeah.
And no, you guys haven't chucked any of those from the last. Those are 5 left.
I forget how many we chucked.
Yeah, because I remember, I know that Mickey threw one.
He threw one at the beginning, right?
So I thought there was 2 that were used.
So Bethel threw one, Mickey threw one, and I threw one.
So there's 2 left, or are there 5 out of just 2 left?
Yeah, I think there were 5 on the ship. I don't know what the difference was between the normal ones and the stun ones. Which ones came from the ship and which ones were just personal inventory.
Yeah, so we'll just say that the last 2 are not the stun ones. They're the full-blown explode ones. And so you're deciding to rig those around the camp. As you're talking to Billy, Billy's like, "Look, man, if we really could make this a base, I could see, we could make some traps, some simple ones. They would probably only take us, I don't know, 30 minutes to create, 15, 30 minutes, but we could also do some complex traps within, 2 or 3 shifts. We could have this place rigged where if anything comes in this line, we'd really mess it up." But he's just talking to you. All this is just him talking.
And he goes, he's just like, "This is not a bad idea, but I'm going to ask you a question now. Is there anything on that ship, like that fucker over there, that was in yours?"
He kind of looks around and goes, "Look, man, there was some shit on our whole goddamn colony, and we escaped that just to be in this mess." And he goes, "That one over there," he points to Reynolds. He's like, "That fucking lady, man. She was trying to, these big ass eggs with spider shit inside, and she had them frozen on the ship, bro. She had them frozen on the ship, and we were escaping, and they opened, and we lost a bunch of people." And he's kind of telling you the story, and he's like, "She claims that she didn't mean for any of it to happen. We got rid of all of them. We made her get rid of all of them, and we got out of there. But so that, yes, there was. But when we crashed, I didn't see anything. So I think we're good there."
You think any of you are infected? Or anything that those things carried?
No, man, I'm cool. Easy breezy. We just gotta get off this planet. I mean, you would know. You would see these things, man. They would grab onto your face and you'd be down, be out, I don't think Billy ever saw it come out of anybody, so he doesn't know that looks like, but yeah, he remembers the. Give me an observation check.
Marks around the neck or something like that?
Yeah, you don't see any. He doesn't have any marks around the neck.
No. So he's asking Billy when the thing wraps around him, like.
Oh, he goes, "We didn't stick around to see. We saw it because he saw it attack his buddy. Can't think of that kid's name right now. Who died by this thing on this planet, but he was one of the other guys." He goes, "No, man, it just had a tail and it was trying to jump on faces on his face." And he just says, I never actually saw it kill anybody. We dealt with them. That's what I'm saying is when we got on the ship, we had dealt with them. So honestly, we didn't give those fuckers a chance to take us out. So, you know how we do, rock and roll, right? And he's just kind of like, wow. And give me that observation check and then I'll allow you to make another Comtech Arden for Rook.
What's the deal with the vehicle next to the dropship?
Oh, yes. So, because you got an observation, but then no one else got any other observation. So, I imagine that I'm going to give that one to you, Myra, as you're like walking around the ship and looking at it. You're like, fuck. And you look, and then under like some awning, like so basically, I didn't really describe the camp, but the camp is, if you're looking at, these are kind of like, these, shacks, like they have like indoors under here, and they're all about, some of them are hand built, some of them, this structure over here is mostly concrete, and a concrete structure here. Between Reynolds and everyone, they would have described and let you know that they were being held here. It was like a prison in there, and part of the structure collapsed when they got shot from overhead. And then this structure here is about 2 stories high, and it kind of goes up into a tower with an area for, like, all this looks like it has like crosswalk sections where guards could have kind of walked across each one of these. All of them are in different states of disarray right now. And then this tower is where the anti-aircraft was. You can see that thing is smoking and destroyed. Right over here, a piece of this structure has collapsed. A piece of this structure on this building has kind of collapsed over on something that you're eyeing. And under, you can see it's still kind of that piece of wall or debris is still flaming. But under there, you can see what looks like a full, doesn't look too damaged, an armored personal carrier. So it's like a big truck. It's the Aliens 2 truck. Big reinforced wheels, armored all around. But here's what's different about this one. You notice that it doesn't sit as low. It's like jacked up, and it's got big armored tires for like off-roading. And it's got the big plasma turret on it, cannons coming out the front. And so Myers is like, oh shit. So yes,
looks familiar.
Yep, you would all know what it looks like. So yeah, so that is what that is right there. You don't know if it's usable, but it's there.
Well, if I notice that, I'm gonna approach the group like,
yeah.
Well, the dropship's pretty fucked. There's a chance we could fix it, but it would take a while. We'd be in danger. But this thing, well, I don't know if it's working. I don't know. Got to take a look. But this could be a very good thing to have.
Elias, can you tell me where you're going to put your grenades at? Like where, you're just going to point to them on the map where you're setting them? You and Billy?
Let me pull this up further.
Is anybody clean? Are you guys leaving the bodies where they're at? Is anybody stacking bodies, or are you guys leaving those guys? Because there's a bunch of dead guys. Just like chances are, if you're sitting down and like eating the rations, you look over and there's like a dude with like a hole in his head.
I'd probably
At least we're grabbing Beto, right? We're grabbing Beto, and we're gonna grab Hopper. We're gonna put them in the dignified pile.
Dignified pile.
Yeah.
So it's like,
goes in the who cares pile.
We'll do like a dignified, and we'll do like a who cares, like somewhere off site.
Yeah, there's the one pile where they're like this, and then there's the other pile where they're like.
Where is good stuff? Where you pointing to? I can't.
So I'd say that we would. They definitely don't want to go in there, so I'd put something like over here in this section.
Okay, so one there. Okay.
And then probably.
So there's 3 more left, right? Or 2 more. So one there and one somewhere else.
Yeah. Then one in this area.
Point again. I think I missed it. Okay, right there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
yeah.
Can you give me that observation check now?
Cool. Ooh, nice. 2 6s.
Nice. And so as you are doing that, like over in that area, unless there's something else you want to do with the other 6, you do notice something. At that point, your military, your Marine brain, you're like, as I'm setting traps, you're like, I wonder if there's any others that are set around the perimeter. And like you stop short and you're like, Billy's about to like walk towards one of the trees and you're like, hey, bud, you put your hand on his chest and you look down and Billy's like, oh shit. And there on the ground right here is a tripwire. but you have located it and found it. So now you know that area right there is booby trap. You can see it right there. So
Okay.
trip line, don't walk there. Don't walk in that space. And what I'll do is, for the sake of, so you would, I'll actually copy one of these, and I'm gonna put one where your grenade is up there. And so then you wanted the other one right there.
Yeah.
So now you guys have some, just in case anything comes into camp. You guys have set up a little bit of a perimeter. So what you guys can all just, like I said, you guys can just kind of talk to each other, tell me what you guys really want to do next, or if we can't repair the ship. So the options I hear on the table are going after the alien ship. Some people are saying just stay here and live it out. We've got some rations. Some people are saying, Mac has mentioned that there's like a fallout shelter towards the ocean. Jim, you just found the truck sitting there. And what do you guys think?
Is there any chance that we could cannibalize parts from the truck to fix the dropship?
I was gonna ask.
That's a good, yeah. So, you know that they quite don't work the same, but you know, like, hey man, if there's, maybe I can find something that works. So why don't you give me, going over the truck to get it, give me a heavy machinery check to see if you can pull the right tools. And it's going to be a -1 to it.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, let me roll my stress die too. I should have
Okay.
won. Oh, hey, a 6 on the stress die.
Nice. And so, sure enough, you're able to. You're fine. You're there digging there under the transaxle, and this takes some time. And so, what I would say is like it. All in all, finding the tools is probably going to take Jim another hour. So it's around maybe 5 o'clock now. All of your stress has come down. None of you are stressed at this point. Some of the gorillas have had leftover like cans of beans and space rations and stuff like that. And you haven't, nothing out of the ordinary has happened in a while. As he's working on that successfully, what is the rest of the party doing right now?
Is Rook fully fixed? I don't know what her HP was.
Oh yeah, I'll give you. You can do one more check to Rook again, and then this will be the last one you can do for this particular part of the shift.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember from the rules, you can only really do medical checks when you have a medical kit, right?
Well, but you're a comm-tech.
Yeah, I mean, but for me, also healing everyone else once.
I got 3 more 6s.
Well, yeah, naturally, but you all get hit points back every turn, so that's 10 to 15 minutes that you're out of combat. So everybody's going to be healed up. So Rook's the only one that's probably not just naturally recovering over the course of time. That doesn't mean you still don't ache, you don't feel beat up, but you've got your fighting spirit back. And so what does this party look like when, like I said, there's a little bit of time, you can't really get off the planet right now. So what are you guys doing together? While Jim's working?
I think Elias is going to reach into one of the pouches in the front and pull out the black bag. Start to unroll it by where Beto is and start to roll him into it and zip him up.
Nice. And so, do you say anything? Do you say a little prayer for him or anything like that as he puts the remains of him in there?
He's just like, I hated your fucking music, but you're a good friend.
Yeah.
You're going to be missed. And he will say a small little prayer and then just kind of put his hand on the bag one last time and gets up and just kind of, all right, just go sit by himself for a while.
Right. So as he's sitting there by himself and, thinking to his thoughts, realizing he's just lost a friend, and Billy's like, "Hey, man, I get it. It happens, He's like, but, I didn't know that guy, but I'm sure he had a fighting spirit. At this, and like I said, an hour's gone by. Jim has been able to acquire some parts, and you're able to show everyone that, hey, I think I can make this work, but it's going to probably take you around somewhere between 8 hours to maybe double that. And you could get started to work. You're feeling a little tired, but you're going to get started on that now, Jim? Or what do you want to do with it? You realize he pretty much has some parts and like one kind of big metal doohickey thing that's like lit around in blue, like the servo unit. And then he's like, he's kind of explaining to you guys what he could do with these wires. And he said, it's going to be a pretty shoddy job. Hopefully, it all don't just explode and die on the air on the way back to the Motley. But it's completely worth a shot if it's getting you off the rock.
Yeah, man. I think we can get it back up into orbit at least. I wouldn't trust it further than that, but we can make it. We can get off this place.
Can I help him out with that whenever he starts working?
Yes. So you can provide aid, and so Arden James walks over and is like, "Hey, you need a hand?" And so they start winching together and working away. And as you guys are working on that, you want to give me a heavy machinery and add, the way the book would do it is add her help from James would give you, what am I thinking right now? We'll give you +1 die to it.
Okay.
And then as you're working, kind of helping him as he's doing that, James, Matt kind of walks over to you and kind of looks and goes, "You look like you were the science officer." Yeah. He goes, "Look, we're scavenging up over in these guerrillas, going through their information." And then she says, "I don't know what you can do with this, but look at this. They had this file." And as you start to flip through it, James, you notice it's like records of like sightings of like pictures, but kind of pixelated, of a ship. And then as they're flipping through, they even have this, like they have something like pictures that they've done with like a digital schematic where someone clearly got close enough to see this thing and take a picture of it and kind of lay out, some close enough shots of it. And then there's some just kind of like write up on how the structure looks like. They were like, maybe some of these guerrillas were planning to try to attack it and maybe overrun and maybe use it as a vessel or to test it. So I don't know what you want to do with that, but she's like, "Hey, you're the science officer. I figured you might want this stuff. Looks like these people knew about that thing that's over there." So that's just neither here nor there, but giving that to Arden, whether you want to take a closer look at that.
Yes, I would like to. I'd like to ask Jim if it looks like the same ship that he saw earlier. Because he mentioned that he saw the alien ship on the far side of the ports.
And the pixelated pictures they have do look like and the pictures look like they might have been taken like as a flyover or like some kind of like drone. And it's still kind of covered and hidden by bushes, but almost like there's a digital outline of it, because like the camera, the way it takes it was allowed them to kind of like heat trace the thing or like show the structure of it below the tree line. What's Dalton doing? What will we find him doing on his downtime after almost dying?
Yeah, I think he initially would have sort of scouted the perimeter of our little area to make sure that there isn't any sign of any additional guys. assuming that, we've done that during this time, then I would try to find out from Jim how far away that alien ship is. Because we might want to consider having a small party scout to see if there are others in the event that we need to take that ship to get off the planet.
Absolutely. Okay.
Whoever does that, just FYI, I do have a motion tracker.
See you before you do that.
So do you have a motion tracker? A motion tracker? Okay, that's good to know. So whenever you remind me that you're keeping that out when you guys travel or when you have it on you, that will remind me to make sure I alert you to anything moving on you. And do you know what the range is on your motion tracker?
I have no idea.
I'll check that. So you guys are kind of sitting around, and suddenly Billy looks at Elias and was like, "Hey, come here, man." And he's kind of standing off. He's like, "Psst, hey, over here," to Elias, and he's kind of down over by this tree. Every time it's not allowing me to pinpoint it. You see that right there, Elias?
Yeah.
And so as he's got his gun out, he's like, "I don't want to freak out everyone else." He's like, "Wasn't that motherfucker right there under the tree?" And as you look over, there's all the green blood is kind of dried up, but there's no body there any longer. And he shows that to you. What do you want to do with that, Elias?
So there's no body, right? Was the mask that he had taken off? It's all
gone.
Damn. We need to tell them. They're not going to like this one bit, but they need to be told.
Yeah. Here we go. Shit. Probably should have put another round in that thing's head. How could it do? It was clearly shit. It looked dead, right?
It was dead. Meyer put the foot to it. It didn't move. And he reaches back in. He's like, "I cut this off of it. It didn't move."
Yeah. It's goddamn
Unless
strange.
it's not the only one that was on that shit.
Unless, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
I think it's best we tell everybody right now and not wait any longer.
Okay. All right, so then as you walk over to tell everyone, Elias, it's like, "I got something to tell y'all." As he shares the information, how does everyone else react? That the body is gone. And you guys, unless you took a closer look to see where the body, to see if I don't know if you guys wanted to look at it any closer, but you just know that the body's gone.
So I think I would look around the body to see if I can tell maybe it was dragged in a certain direction, or are there any tracks that lead away from it? Do I be able to see anything like that?
Okay. So, give me an observation check.
And can I help with that one too?
Everyone can help if they'd like, if they're all going to be over in that direction.
Who's the most observant?
I have 7 observation. 7.
You got.
You're probably
yeah.
take the lead. We can help you observing.
Okay, yeah, I can use my synthetic.
And everyone else can get a +1 off of everyone else. Okay. So as Rook is looking around, and you all are looking around, Rook, you're able to look and kind of assess that it doesn't look like the body stood up on its two legs, and you don't see any signs of it walking away. There's no markings in the trees as though it climbed, but there are signs that it may have been. It definitely was taken or snatched. You notice that some of the tree branches above, overhead, are broken, which led you to believe something was able to swoop this thing up very quickly, unless it literally leapt from a sitting position. That's the only way you can imagine that this thing would have just got up and, like, jumped away.
Our alien friend has friends of her own, it seems. Something, or someone, made off with her.
Yeah.
This is fucked, man. I mean, it got right into our camp. They could have just killed us. Saw what that thing did before.
I don't think they're the type to run back to the ship and get out ahead of us either. I think they're going to make this much.
And so we slowly kind of pull back on all of you guys' faces in utter shock and kind of disbelief, and that dry green blood on the ground as we fade to black for a commercial break. We're going to do a quick 5 minutes, and then we'll go in, and this will be the third act finale of our game tonight. Good stuff so far. And I'll say before we go to that break, a couple things I do want to know from you guys is, so we're going to fast forward to a full shift to where we're going to see where, have you already rolled for working on it yet?
Sorry.
Let's roll for you working on the ship to see what you get done on it.
I didn't roll back, way back. I just didn't say anything. It was 1/6.
1/6. Okay. So successfully working on the ship. We're going to push past maybe a good 6 to 8 hours. So it's going to be like evening when we come back. And so just kind of think of maybe what your characters are doing in that next 8 hours while Myers is working on the ship. So, and then we'll start from there. Good stuff.
Katarina.
Yes. Got it.
Before I forget, for like the 17th day in a row. Ooh, right. Oh, shit. But also, good news, me and Johanna got assigned dorms together.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so when you come and visit us, once current events stop being current.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, gosh, once you can.
Where
Would that
you
be
guys
your first?
students
That'd be
at?
your first time going off to school, like staying in the dorms?
Oh, no, I'm going to grad school. So it's
Oh,
gonna
grad
be
school, yeah.
my
Well, yeah. You're like-
PhD, and my best friend, me and Katarina, our best friend, is already there.
Nice. Okay.
So it turned into a really awesome situation where her roommate moved out.
Gotcha.
And we were able to get me in there on
That's cool.
day one.
Nice.
Well, you guys sent my entire tonight's game into a complete tailspin from jump.
That's the goal.
All right, Katarina, I'll need you to.
This was literally one of those was like, well, that's out the window.
That's been all the games I've DM'd so far, man.
It's just like up, all right. Like 4 branching paths, none of them. Just throw that one in the trash, throw that one in the trash. All right, cool.
Here's the question: if we had tried to run, would we have made it?
No.
Because I think
Yes.
we were just shooting out of fear.
Yeah, you actually would have made it.
Really?
Because
Yeah.
wouldn't she have tried to go and like heal herself and stuff?
Who would have tried to?
The predator.
Oh, absolutely. The predator would have. But you guys probably would have made it out. But so the good thing is you guys, you got
Yeah, that was
Predator.
too big of a risk.
You
Too big
got
of a risk.
Predator. Yep. So I mean, like I said, it's a big win. It's a huge because I don't think my goal was to. Well, I think out of fear, you guys went full on fight, and there was a couple things that I stacked the cards against the predator in a way that I probably wouldn't do next time. But out of trying to be like super fair and not have you guys feel complete fear at the beginning of the game, you just like wipe the thing out. It was like, but in all honesty, one thing I will say is because it took so many bullets, I'll give you guys a little peek behind the curtain, is that it was alive when Jim kicked the boot. It wasn't dead. It was because you know how the aliens things work in this game. They don't die. Sometimes they don't die based on what they roll. And like one of like there's the poly. I think the thing you guys fought, the polymorph that jumped up and attacks if you attack it while it's down. So it was something similar to that, but I just felt it was also bleeding out. It was also dying. So yeah, it was there, but it wasn't. It didn't even have enough time to try to set its bomb. You know, so it's a good kill.
You gotta remember the double tap.
Yeah, yeah. If you guys would have put one more in it, that would have finished it off. But I mean, for all we know, it's still seen. We don't know where it's at, but okay. Is everybody back? We will. All right. I'm gonna try to get us back in the game and close this around 10. So we'll jump right back in it. So, like I said, about 8 hours have passed. We'll say it's going on. It's a little after. Probably that puts it a little bit after. Probably say it's close to 9. Dark has set in. You guys have set maybe a couple of torches around. I don't know if there's a campfire, but you guys can kind of describe the way you are set up in camp. I guess I'll let you guys share together. Open the scene for me. Tell me what you guys are doing. I can tell you this, Jim, because you're going to need this information, is that you're going at a pretty good pace, but you realize you need. Actually, give me this without any stress. Give me another heavy machinery check, and I'm going to have both of you give me one. I'm going to have Art and James give me one as well. But being a scientist and not quite a mechanic, I'm going to give you a -1 to yours. Actually, I'm going to give you a -2, and I'm going to give Meyer a -1. -2 to James, -1 to. Any sixes?
Let me check something here. Okay, I didn't get any 6s. I'm gonna push it.
Okay, you can put. Oh yeah, you guys can put. You want to push it? You want to push yours as well, James? Pushing it means just you could. Something could be. I'll say this. Pushing it. You hit a. What'd you get? Pushing it does give you a stress. And that's
I'm rolling the stress. I didn't get any 6s.
Okay, so just no 6s then.
Oh, I rolled a 6 on stress die.
Okay. And so you've been able to, with that extra 6, you've been able to shave an hour off of the fixed time. So you know that you need another 7 hours of work. You're willing to push through. You're kind of sweating, and both of you are tired. You and James kind of go back and forth, handing each other, wrenches and stuff like that. And you probably won't be done like close to 4 in the morning before the next day, but you're willing to work through the night. So you've kind of reported that to the party. And like I said, open the scene. Let us know. You guys tell me what you guys are up to. What would we see your character doing as we open the scene? I guess is what I'm asking.
Would Elias like to trade Rook the plasma rifle for the smart gun? I think
there you go, love.
I think this works better with us.
And is that the one that had the motion tracker on it, or it just has the readout?
Are you asking her? Or
I don't know. I grabbed it from Mickey.
What is it? If it's for me, let me know.
I don't remember if Bethel had the one with the motion tracker on it or not. Which is the same one we've been passing around, right?
Yeah, it was Beto's that got picked up by Mickey, that got grabbed by Rook, and is now getting passed to Elias.
So it is the one with the motion tracker. Yeah.
Oh, it's a smart gun with a motion tracker.
It's a smart gun, then it basically picks out the target when you're looking through.
Okay.
So the motion tracker, what he's talking about is from Alien, will let him know, it will beep if something starts moving in on you, as well as James has one right as well.
Is that a special thing for that specific smart gun, or is that something that all of them have?
I don't know if they all have a motion tracker on them, because I don't recall the book saying they have one, but I'm kind of giving it to them because in the movie they have one on there. So we're saying this one has, it's like a modification. The motion tracker's on the side. So I don't think that every smart gun comes with it. Just like every gun doesn't come with like a sight. You have to they're loaded out a certain way. So that one has one attached to the side, while James has just a standard handheld one that you could tape it to a gun, or something like that.
Yeah.
For sure.
Because that's the one that when Beto said he got it, he's just like, yeah, they got the motion tracker.
Yeah. So so you guys are trading. Jim is working, Arden is working.
Elias is probably checking on Billy to make sure they've been probably rotating shifts.
Yeah. And we see that Myers has found Reynolds has found a pack of cigarettes off of one of the dead guys, and she's kind of shaking, and she's like, can he work? Can they work? She's like, hey, Jim, is there anything I can help with? And you could tell that she, just from her jitteriness, she is more stressed to you. You can tell you guys you and Arden don't really want her around. Mac has kind of set up and kind of buddied up next to Dalton, and kind of looks over and kind of says, so how'd you guys get your contract with Weyland? And he's talking to Rex, and basically Mac, both of your characters are having a conversation. Yeah.
So what are you doing here? What are you doing here with this group?
She looks at Reynolds. Can I get one of those? Reynolds kind of gives her signs. She hands her the pack, and she's lighting the cigarette, and she goes, I was an officer on Hadley's Hope, LV 426. It was, I don't know why I took the job, but smoke. Now hindsight is a bitch, but things were going well, and people start dying. It seems like the scientists are trying to cover it up and her over there, she came with the Weyland-Yutani and another scientist, and they were trying to get a bunch of this shit off the planet. And my group and I were just trying to get her shuttle. And one of the group defected. Crazy. She started shooting at her, tried to kill her. It was a mess. It was a really bad situation. And then now it just seems like it's getting worse. It just seems like God wants me dead. But how about you? I mean, I get it, you guys came here for us, but how long have you been putting yourselves in this kind of harm's way? You know, what's your story?
We've been working together for several years now, taking contracts. It's worked pretty good for us. Of course, we didn't know that when we took this one that this is what we were going to be up against.
Yeah.
So, what's with Reynolds? There seems to be some stuff going on between you guys here.
So, I'll tell you this. If we make it alive, if we make it through this, can I tell you and your crew, don't take another job with Weyland-Yutani, okay? Or just don't. But yeah, what's up with her is she's trying to get promoted. Like all the, corporate heads, she just wants to get the shit back to them. Thank God you blew it all up. If there was anything left in that ship, good riddance. I'm glad that body's gone, so we can't take that back. We shouldn't take any of the shit back to anybody. That's what I say. At that moment, one of the grenade sensors that Elias set goes off, and a bunch of dust goes up towards the back of the complex. Then suddenly, the other one towards the front goes up. At that moment, Elias, actually everyone give me an observation check.
And Malcolm, one of my talents is +2 at observation when trying to spot a sneak attack.
Yes.
Yes.
I have the same thing.
Oh, also, in addition to those, Elias, you guys will I'll give you +2 to yours, and also your motion trackers start going off like crazy, like beep, 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 beep. So little bleeps start picking up all around the perimeter of the camp, moving in rapidly. James is seeing it, and Elias is seeing it. So you're seeing the movement, but the observation is to kind of maybe peg, because just seeing it on the map doesn't necessarily tell you what you're seeing. But I'll give you guys +2 to your observation since you have those. And so, sorry, Jim, you were saying, what about yours again?
I was pointing out a talent that I have +2 to observation if I'm trying to spot a sneak attack. Which Brooke says she has the same thing. But I also panicked with my 1 stress, so let me roll panic.
Actually, you shouldn't have a stress right now. Oh, because I gave you one
I pushed the roll.
You pushed the roll. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So what'd you do?
A 3.
A 3. So you're okay. So you're shaking, but all this stuff is like moving in. And as it's all happening, everyone. So how many 6s do we get? Did everyone?
I got 2.
Okay. So I'll go in a row. So what you see, you start to see the trees kind of rattling, and what you're hearing around you, Rook. With your high, your ears up, you can hear just like the skittering, like stuff moving around the brush, and it seems to be from your direction, like wherever you're directly in front of you, you can hear that skittering coming out maybe 30, 40 feet directly beyond the brush. And it's night, so it's kind of dark and it's hard for everybody to see. Who else got 6s? Is there anything else you want to do with that other 6 on observation? You could ask the question, I believe.
Here, let
who's it? Let me look at the actual camp here.
Are there more of them close by?
There are a lot more of them, is all you know. And so I'm like, you guys are getting pings. So where's like, depending on where you're at, you're getting pings in this direction. You're getting pings here. You're getting pings here. So like almost anywhere you look, but they're very sporadic and they are moving in very quickly. So that's who else got a 6?
I got 2 6s.
All right. So what do you want to?
I'd also like to do my analysis talent at some point.
Okay. You want to do that now, or you want to, or the analysis allows you to do what again?
It's you can roll for observation and gain insight. I can ask you questions for every 6 I get.
Okay, for every 6 you said. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Because you just rolled. You said you just rolled 2, right? 2 observations. So you could use, because that's the same as observation. So you could use those and save your analysis for when you see, I guess, maybe more. If you want to.
What are the questions that I can ask for?
You can ask.
Other thing, because I don't have to.
So for observation, you can ask. Is it coming from me? Are there more of them close by? Which Rook already knows, so don't ask that one. How do I get in, get past, get away from, like those kind of questions. So it could even be something that's not on here. Like all words I could do is say I won't answer that one, or give you something of it. But
can I ask what problems it could cause? That's one of the questions on my analysis thing.
What damage can it cause?
What problems can they cause? Yep.
And so here's what it is as you start to hear it, and as you're looking at the motion trackers, maybe you talked to Reynolds even for a second, or Mac, or someone who was on that planet, but you remember them talking about these spidery things that were trying to jump onto people's faces. And you realize, like, through your scientific assessing and what you've heard, you're like, this sounds like what they're talking about, and it sounds like multiple of them. And that's at the moment when you guys start to see, you actually see one like coming out of the tree line, skittering. It's like under the hull. You guys are under the ship, and it's like under the hull, right near maybe 30 feet away from where you and Jim are. And that's when, if anyone else doesn't have any 6s, we are going to do initiative. Were there any other 6s? I'll ask you this: do you want to do your if you want to do your analysis now, you can, and I can give you some more information if you want to do that now.
That was the main question I wanted to ask.
You asked me what damage could it do to me? Oh yes, and the damage that it could do. You know now from talking to them that pretty much these things with the proper, if they could get on your face, you realize that they could install a parasite in you, and it's a game ender.
Oh, yeah.
And if you, like I said, the analysis, if you wanted to do, was there any other 6s? Are those all of them? Was there anybody else that got? Elias, did you get one? Okay. So Elias, with your observation, what you see is towards the, like I said, I didn't ask everybody kind of where they're sitting, but wherever you guys are at, like of the Mitchell, if you look towards, I imagine like there's some, either if you're like right around this area, right over here towards the, out of the brush of the camp, Elias, you see something kind of standing there in the shadows, and then it goes, and as it like moves like that, you see that it is big. It is bigger than the last thing you fought, and it has 2 large humanoid hands. It's all black and slinky, stealthy, almost biomechanical. Its head, elongated back. You notice the mandibles similar to the thing you just fought, but this thing is jet black. This thing is different. It shakes its head a little bit, and at that moment it starts to rain a little bit. You can see those mandibles, but you can also see the head. Mac like almost jumps up. Reynolds screams at the top of her lungs as they all are reacting as though this is the thing something like that they've seen before. And it's towards its chest are 2 more hands. There's like 4 more, a long whipping tail as it starts to step into the light. And then at that moment, as it screams, all those little skittering creatures start to move out of the darkness, all of them within like striking distance of you all as you're trying to grab and prep your weapons. The creature that is standing in front of you, I'll share, looks like this. So you see this thing right here, and then when it screams, the mandibles on that thing open up. So it's this. These are a bunch of pictures of it. So you are facing this bad boy. It's dreaded, it's creepy, it's weird, but it has the mandibles of the creature you just killed. So prepare to fight your pred alien. All right, so kicking off the round, we're going to do initiative really quickly here.
The Predator was just the tutorial level.
All right, so here's what we're going to do again. I'm going to go around. I'm going to stop sharing. Clicks. Can't do that. And then... Alrighty, so I'm going to start with Rook since that's on my screen, and I've got Rook at a 6 on the initiative tracker. Somebody wants to put that in the, whoever gets to it first can put it in the chat so we can kind of record it. Maybe Elias do it for me. Let me put Rook in there at 6. Then we're going to do, I'm going to go across the way I see him on my screen in my gallery. So the 7 is going to be Dalton. So, got Rook and then Dalton at 7. And then, oh wow. And then Alden or James at 5. And then Elias, you are, let's see, Elias, you're going to be at 8. And then Meyer, you're at 2. Is that everybody? And so now it's going to be 4, 2 different, like these are in sets. So that 4 is 2 face huggers. That 3 is 2 face huggers. That 9 is 2 face huggers. 6 in total. Actually, yeah, because the 2, because I don't have 8 because 2 are blown up. And then so that.
What were those numbers? There's 9.
Oh yeah, the face huggers were 9, 3, and 4. Yep. 9, 3, and 4. And then the last 2, initiative 1. Oh wow. And initiative 10 is the pred alien. So let's can someone record those in order?
Right, I know.
And that is from 1 to 10. Creature. Well, it looks like the big mama gets to kick off the action. I wouldn't worry about the roll 20 here. I want you guys to treat this more of like a final scene in a movie. Don't worry about if you want to move and you want to do something, you run it. I'm going to probably allow you to do it. Think about this as one just big arena of battle as these things are skittering out around you. And the main one is kind of walking out there as it's starting to kind of drizzle and rain in this tropical air. So the creature probably I'm going to roll who I would think it would probably go for it. But I mean, you know what I'm gonna say is, Elias, you were the one that saw it, so I imagine you're the one closest to it. So it's not a sneak attack. So it just gets to roll. It's just gonna roll its normal attack to see what it does, and it charges. So it tucks its head. This big. Imagine this thing essentially is the combination of a queen alien, but not as gangly, a little bit like tighter in its structure because she kind of moves, she squats a lot, but stands a little bit more upright, moves quicker, moves with the agility of a predator. but is essentially a queen that can lay ovomorphs at the drop of a hat, just spits them out. So that's where all these face huggers come from, most likely. So it charges for you, and so you must make a mobility roll. All right, so everyone's stressed. Everyone gets immediate stress from the situation. So if you didn't have stress, you have stress. And you got to make a mobility check for me, Elias, at... Get no 6,
No 6 and no 1s. So.
no 1s, and so you can push it, but you do have to take another stress. So you'd be at 2 stress if you push it.
Yeah, I might as well. So I'll take another stress. 1-6.
1-6. Okay, nice. And so this thing slams into Elias, and then it pushes its head up like that, and you go flying. You really get pushed back. You like go launch through the air 20 feet. You land on your back, so you fall down. You gain another stress level. So you're at 3 stress right now, and you slam down, and surprisingly, you don't take any other major damage because you survived that mobility check. So the thing is like, kind of like husk, kind of looks around. You're really lucky. So by the way, if you fail that, you go broken automatically. It crushes you, and you're just broken. You're just a husk. So yeah, don't fail to that again. So good job. So Elias is like laying away from this thing. So it's no longer in the closest thing to him. I imagine that now in relation to where Elias was, who probably kind of describe for me where you guys saw yourselves, like how close do you guys think you are. I know that James and I know that Jim are under the ship. Where's Rook and Dalton?
I think Rook, having traded weapons with Elias and not needing sleep, probably would have been on that front watch line along with the others.
Yeah. All right, so then Rook is kind of like turning, and it is then it's Meyer's turn.
Wow.
What were you trying to do?
No, I'm just trying to decide what I want to do.
Oh, gotcha. I thought you were reacting as though you had failed the worst roll, and I was like, "Well, what did you fail?" He was just like, "Ah." I was like, "You were about to tell me you
reacting
like,
to circumstances."
Yeah,
like that was real panic. He was just like, "I does not compute. What do we do?"
I mean, like that thing that just attacked Elias is pretty freaky. I am going to use my pulse rifle in full auto.
All right, so you get +2 to attack. You do get another stress.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone does get another stress because they all saw Elias getting attacked. Because every time one of your... so let it get out. Rook's going to keep her cool, of course.
And come on, no whammies. And I panic.
Oh shit, no hits. So he's just come on, starts to fire. As he that pulse rifle goes after this thing, you just see maybe some of the bullets are hitting, but you don't see this thing reacting at all. It tucks its head, and it kind of looks towards under the ship where the gunfire, it sees the flashes come from, and it just starts walking with its head really low. Some of your bullets are smashing off the top. Roll panic, and you can hear the skittering. James is still looking at the one hugger that looks like it's going to leap off the back towards her face.
So that's a 10.
Okay.
So it sounds like I freeze.
Freeze again. Yep. So that's until somebody snaps you out of it. You're frozen. Your stress level and all friendly within. So then, James, your stress level goes up, and you lose your next action round. Yep. All right. So he's kind of shaken. Is there anything that's kind of going through your mind as you kind of lose it, or how would we see? Is he just shaking? That's what we see.
I can't believe it. I need to get a new job. This is bullshit.
And at that moment, because he freezes, he's the one frozen. That hugger that's standing right there leaps off and goes after his face. So, rolling to see which strike. Actually, I should have rolled here, but it rolled a 3. So let's see what that is. Going back for face huggers. Face hugger. So regular one. Okay, so tail lash. This little monster comes to your target, lashing out with its wicked tail. It attacks with 5 dice. Not bad, not too much. That's actually pretty low. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to roll one more in there. So no 6s, and okay, so it kind of lashes, and I imagine, like, James, can you give me like some kind of fluff that you would have done to stop it, or to maybe with a wrench, something in your hand to keep it from flashing at Jim's face? This is just like for flair, like to tell us how it missed him.
You're asking James?
No, I'm asking James. I'm asking Arden, because you're panicking. So I imagine that this could be the moment where maybe James did something that stopped the creature.
I would probably take just whatever tool is in my hand and start swinging at it.
Yeah, you
to
just
get it to stop.
This huge wrench. You just slap this thing. You just literally batter up and just wham, and it goes like out of the park. It goes back into the bushes somewhere where it has to like kind of come back towards you. So it doesn't take any damage, but it's at least away from him, right? It's missed. That's when you hear the skittering of the one that was like right at your feet, Arden, and then that one attacks. Rolled only a 1, so it will. Because remember, each creature, each one of the face huggers is 2 per creature. There's a lot of them. So this one will keep these 2 pages pinned. All right, so that one's going to be skittering these. So at this moment, after you swing, you see the other one coming, like maybe from under the workbench, and you freak out, and you're like forced to kind of start backtracking, and you're like backing away from it as it's just literally skittering forward, and you have to make a panic roll, James.
I got a 5.
Got a 5. So how many dice do you have for stress right now?
2.
Oh, all you have is 2? That's
Yeah.
pretty good. Okay. And so then, let's see, we are going to move to, it's your turn. So one hugger is in front of you, the other one's back in the bushes. It could go somewhere else, but you've got one right there if you want to attack it or run away from it. It's up to you.
Can I try to stab it?
You can. So you're going to use the knife again?
Yeah.
There you go. So knife attack on the creature.
I panicked and didn't even get any 6s. So
So as she swings the knife, go ahead and roll on your panic chart.
I got a 4. I'm still good.
Jeez, got another 4. All right. So keeping it together, like you're just swinging wildly, and the thing kind of leaps, and you're like, ah! You swing the knife. You both miss each other, and it lands on the ground, starts to skitter around back towards you. As that is happening, you have a fast action left. You use your slow action to swing at it. Do you want to run, or you want to stand your ground and fight this thing?
I'd like to start backing away.
Okay. So you're just starting to. When you say backing away, would I just be looking at you backing away, in a controlled, like, fighting?
Yeah, not like full sprint in the other direction, but like.
Just Fast tracking, yeah. And so if you're fast tracking, I would say maybe back towards this way. Is that right? You see on the roll 20?
Yeah.
Okay. So she's like fast tracking towards the Jim is still like under the ship, like right about here. And that one facehugger is within vicinity of him or you, but so you're farther away, so maybe it chooses him next. That is when we go. Oh no, I'm sorry, I skipped over one of my facehuggers, so I'll go back. So at that point, 2 facehuggers will. One is gonna leap out and go towards Dalton, and the other one towards Elias. So the first one towards Elias. Man, I'm rolling these ones. You guys get lucky. So Dalton, the same thing. You see the thing skittering towards you, and you can see it. And because you can see it, you're able to kind of control where it's at. Like you're trying to like eye it up. Not to mention this other thing is looming in the background. But you just have to make a panic check on that. Elias, that one's you. That bad boy right
7.
there.
He only has 1 stress.
7.
She should not. Oh, she should have more. You should all, because you just saw Elias get attacked. You got stress went up when you first saw the creatures. Elias got thrown. Stress should have gone up again. And then I'll imagine I'm gonna give you guys some leeway for Arden and James because no one really is paying attention to them right now. But both you, Arden and James, your stress should go up because you were both attacked. You guys are dealing with a facehugger as well. So I can't see how anybody's like under like 3 right now. Or 2, about 2 to 3. So at this moment, the facehugger that. So Elias, you're on your back. You just landed on your back, and yeah, armor doesn't break this, buddy. So as you're like grabbing, like you're slamming your back, were you loading the? Did you have the smart gun?
Yeah.
Nice. So you're getting the smart gun, and you kind of sit up on your butt, right? And you've got the gun locked and loaded. I'm gonna give you this. You can see the creature. It rushed you. It threw you back, and then it turned its head because I think who was it? Was it Rook who was shooting at it with the pulse rifle, or who shot it from under? Yeah. So it kind of it's diverted itself on Rook. Rook is firing at it. You can see from maybe like 30 feet away, and you can let off your rounds or do something else. What do you want to do? I'm giving you your turn ahead of time. Just think of it like that. You've got like almost like giving you Overwatch.
Yeah, he'll just put that bad boy in full auto then.
Give me all your shots.
Give me a minute. Jeez. Have all but one of my dice being rolled right now.
Jeez.
One 6.
You guys are one lucky crew tonight. Just kidding.
One
like last game.
All that.
All right, so 1-6. So I haven't even rolled those. So you're firing at the creature. It kind of like scatters away, and then suddenly, around your neck, you are forced to let go as this thing latches around, and you feel this like white tail strangling you, and you're able to catch with your fingers this face hugger, and you see this little slimy thing trying to like push itself, trying to get itself into your mouth. But I didn't roll any 6s. It would have been automatic death, but I didn't get a 6. So you're able to like push it off and throw it away before it can kind of like latch, and it skitters off again into the bushes, planning to circle back around. At that,
because I was going to ask you if that thing was going to come near me. I was going to ask you, can I bite the?
I would have let it. Probably just burned your face off. But like, yeah, it moves from you to Arden. Yeah, so yeah, we're going back. So Rook, it's your turn.
Right. So I'm going to take plasma rifle, and I'm going to take a shot off at the Predalien.
Nice. Okay.
My range. 1-6.
1-6 on the creature. All right. So actually, I didn't do armor on the. I'll do this one for. How many dice? 1, 2, 3. Actually, 1 second to make sure I have this correct here. Oh shit! That's like a lot of dice. Okay. And were you shooting with pulse rifle?
Yeah.
Okay. So it blocks, and no damage taken to it. And then it's so yes. Is there anything you want to do, like fast action or
Fast action? How far away could I shout or mire and try and snap him out of the being frozen?
Oh, he can hear you if you try to. It would be a command roll, and I imagine like while this is all happening too, like Billy has again kind of ran off and leapt and jumped inside of the ship somewhere, and like closed the door. Billy's out fighting, shooting the gun. So is Mac fighting. They both have grabbed weapons, so guns are kind of going off all around you. But yes, you can shout to Meyer.
So 2 6s on the command roll.
2 6s, nice. You want to tell me what you want to do with this?
Maya, we need you.
So you are able to snap Meyer out of it. And so Meyer, you kind of come to as she gets you going. You then move to Dalton.
Okay, so I am going to. So as far as I know, can I see the Predalien? What can I see?
So if it's like this, almost like an arena. If imagine like everything around you is nothing but trees in a large circle that goes across, with all the buildings beside you, goes across what? Let's say it's like almost 100 feet, around, almost like a mini stadium where you guys are, of trees. In the middle is your ship. So Dalton, if you are closest to Alias pretty much in this area, you are closest to where Rook is, to where Elias is on his maybe back over here, and then the creature is like right here. It just ran in and hit Elias. So Billy is like over here somewhere. Jim's under the ship. Reynolds is over here with you. Mac is over here on this side, and we'll just say Billy's, some over here firing. The creature itself is like right about here. I know I don't have a token on the board, but it's right in the mix of things, because even Rook just shot at it, and then she yelled over here to our buddy. Elias has been thrown back over here on his back, and it's just been fighting that face hugger, and so that's kind of how I think everything's laid out.
So I'm going to aim my smart gun at the Predalien and take a shot.
All right.
Okay, so let's see. Actually, I didn't panic, but out of my like 50 dice, I did not get a 6.
Oh my gosh! So this
Not
thing
sure
is just
how that's possible, but
absorbing bullets at this point, and it is literally just like walking around. You can push it. Remember, you can push it.
Yeah,
you can
I'll push it.
Yeah, so you get another stress die.
Stress goes up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have 15 dice to see if I can not go to that. Okay, so this time I didn't. Okay, this time I got 3 6s.
Nice. Okay, there we go. So do you want to apply all those to damage?
Yeah.
To the creature? Okay, so it is going to roll. I'm not even going to give this thing the armor that the book gives it. So, that's 3 6s. So it absorbs. So wait, and you're shooting with the plasma rifle, right?
Smart gun.
Smart gun? Okay. So yep. So I gave it. Yeah. Let me make sure. I gave it. Yep. It still blocks it. Okay. So anything else? So also tell me, when, in addition to shooting, like, is there anything you're calling out? Is there anybody you're talking to, or any orders you're barking? If to try to absorb the scene, use the NPCs to your advantage. If there's anything else you want to do.
I I mean, I would just, because everybody's all around us, right? Is there anybody that...
Yeah, they're right there. Yep, and they're all shooting back as well.
Okay, yeah, I think that's what I would do. I don't think there's anything else I would do at this point.
I just want to let you know what I rolled is its armor cut in half by the pulse rifle being shot at it. So,
Okay.
all right. So we then move to, as Dalton is shooting, Elias. I kind of gave you your turn against ahead of time, but I'll allow you to, because I actually gave you that action ahead of time because I thought you were going to die. It didn't happen.
Too.
So yes, so I will. We're in the end game here, and it's close to 10. So we want to try to go ahead and take your turn. If there's something else you want to do, I'm gonna give you this one. Give it back to you.
So he went full auto. So can he just slap another mag in and then?
Yeah, when you go full auto, as long as he didn't as long as he didn't roll a 1, he can go full auto again. You just get a +2, and you just get another stress die.
Okay.
Yeah, you only run out of bullets when you go to 1.
All right, let's just do that again. So, okay, now I'm at 5 stress.
Yeah. And I'm gonna imagine that you guys probably are gonna run, because I actually, based on earlier, you guys didn't look around everywhere, but there was other ammunition in the space, so you guys have plenty of ammo, but you could run out and have to reload.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 6s.
Jeez, there we go. Okay. Smart gun 2. No 6s on that one. So you said 5 6s?
5 6s.
All right. So my creatures take. So funnily, slightly, when the smart gun starts barking and it's kind of moving, and this thing is just like, and then it kind of looks at Elias and its mandibles open, and the second mouth comes out, and then a bullet hits it like near the mouth, and it strikes and it closes up, and it tucks its head, and it starts to move away from your smart gun fire, turning towards Rook, bucking its head down and starting to go into like a charge. And so it took all that damage, and then we move to so then our last 2 face huggers. So then I'm gonna split these up and make them so literally none of them are coming for Rook. They just naturally understand this is not a biowar, it's not an organism worth like striking for. And so one is gonna go after Elias, and then another one is skittering going after Meyer. Elias is the other one and you can almost feel like you could tell even the way this creature moves, like it's almost commanding these face huggers like soldiers. So a 3 for Elias means that it is going to do 5 base attack. That's a 6. All right, so you take 2 damage from a slashing of the tail, Elias. Does that break you at all? And then you get 1 stress level. And then for the 5 against Arden, you roll 6 dice. 1 6. So you can't make a reaction to block it technically. So. So you get to make an opposed roll. You get to make an opposed close combat roll, and it doesn't count as an action, and you need to beat the 6.
I got 4 6s.
Jeez, okay, there it is. So if you win, you're able to throw this beast to the floor, like away from you. And okay, but you could tell it's not finished with you. So literally, it as it hits the ground, it flips over, and you could tell that it's going to strike, going to go back for you again on its next turn. We're at the top of the round where the creature is barreling for Rook. rolled a 2, and it's the same thing. It's literally what I called it. It is the charge. So you need to make a mobility check, Rook here. Nothing. All right, so oh yes, and synthetics can't push rolls because they don't have stress. So you see her get smashed, and it rushes her, like kind of picks her up and smashes her against one of the legs of the ship, like under the what do you call it, the landing gear. And then as she slams against it, she just kind of drops down, kind of broken and moving awkwardly, kind of like she coughs up a bunch of like milk, as I like to call it, and she's just like, so automatically broken, and you get, but not dead.
Isn't there something I roll to see how broken I am?
It's your critical. So you actually, why don't you give me a 1d6, and we'll see what it is for. It's the critical chart for the synthetic. If I could find it here really quickly.
Hopefully it's something fun. 1.
That's probably the best that you could get on it. Where is it? I always forget I need to copy this one and bring this chart over to the synthetic. Anyone can help me find this.
After all Arden's hard work.
I know. Where is it?
I'm imagining the chest is just like concave.
Alright, I'm gonna find synthetic injury chart. I gotta find it. But in the meantime, so that we can keep it moving, Jim, who's trying to say, it's Myers, right? Next. Myers, yeah. So Myers, you want to tell us what you're doing while I figure this out?
All right. Well, I just panicked on full auto, so I ought to be out of.
Oh yeah, you're still. Right? But well, no, because remember she called out a command to snap you back into it, so you should be okay.
Okay. Wait.
Right? Didn't she hit 6s? So that would have snapped you out of the panic. Yeah.
Okay. So then I do have ammo left in my rifle.
Oh no! Oh, you said you're out of ammo. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh yes, you still have to reload. Absolutely.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna.
Or you could use the weapon and fight the facehugger that's right in front of you guys, without reloading. That's also an option as well.
That's true.
Your option, your choice.
I don't know how that works mechanically. Like if I'm just
allows you to make a close combat weapon. It allows you to use it as a close combat weapon because remember you always need something in your hand to be able to fight with, and if you hit it, just like normal.
Okay. Yeah, let me do that. I didn't even think that was an option.
Yep, that's totally an option.
Okay.
I imagine I always say like think less like rules with me, like what would you do in the actual situation, and most likely that's what I would go with. But that is.
I have a lot of stress too, so this probably isn't going to go well.
Notice they put that chart like somewhere random, right where this.
Yeah. The 6s don't matter. I panic.
Okay. All right. So roll on the chart there.
Is it 9?
9. You want to look that up for me? It's in your. Tell me what you get, and then
I drop an item.
Oh my gosh! So the weapon is the floor. You drop your rifle. It's there on the ground. What's funny is now it's on the ground. It's at the feet of where the one that's kind of like close by. So trying to grab it would be a little bit scary because it's near James's feet as well. And so with that, then I think we've got from Meyer, then the 2 facehuggers. So the ones so this is not the one that's at her feet. That's the one so the other 2 that you guys, one you threw back into the bushes, they're kind of skittering back around trying to make their big push. One with the 3, that's going to be a tail lash. No, that's 5 dice. No sixes. So you don't take anything. So one of them kind of skitters out and jumps and like tries to whip across you, and you're able to like put your hand out and it drops away. James, this one is for you. There's still one at your feet, but as you start to see the one that you threw off that you hit like a bat skittering back into the light under like maybe one under the like the torch light, you can see it maybe 30, 40 feet off, and then there's one right at your feet. So you have to roll a panic check.
I got a 4.
4, you're okay. You're under 6. And then I'm gonna go back to my other facehuggers while I'm doing this, but I'm gonna go to Arden. I'm gonna allow you to respond. What you got?
No, wildly stabbing.
Oh, you're wildly stabbing.
Yeah.
So going for the stab. All right. Oh, here it is. Finally found it. All right. So going back to the android really quickly here, and going back to Rook, you have a ruptured fluid pump. The android loses its next slow action, so you're still actually fine, surprisingly. So I guess it's still working in terms of. Well, you're at 0 hit points,
extra
right?
gush of the.
Yeah, that's weird. So you would normally be. Yeah, so I guess you just lose a slow action, but I take it as since every time you take damage from here, you guess you just continue to roll on this, and then if it gets worse, it gets worse. Yep.
Gotcha.
So take a note of that. All right. So what was that? What were you rolling?
I
Arden?
got 1-6 for stabbing one of the face huggers.
All right. So then 1-6. The armor on the facehugger is not that high. I want to say that one needs to go. It rolled 2 6s. So you're end up batting this thing away, but not like slashing it. Like it's just almost like these things are tougher and they're just moving too quickly. At that moment, that is when the another two going back to the other facehugger. Unless you wanted to run or do something else with that. No. Then the other two are going to kind of go skittering towards. One is going towards Elias. One is going. Actually, no. These two facehuggers. One ends up leaping up and grabbing around like one of the tail kind of leaps around and grabs the pulse rifle on Billy's gun and then latches itself onto his face, and he starts to fire wildly into the air as he staggers away and kind of crumples over. The other one jumps at and grabs Myers, who like wraps her around the neck, and she's holding it. She's like, no, and she's like running away from you all, like up towards the back of the camp, and collapses on the ground, and you cannot tell if it has taken her completely or not. That is when we move to Rook, as she's trying to stand up, that cervical pump broken, leaking.
Hold up a sec. Sorry, you said that facehugger went around Myers. Do you mean Reynolds?
Oh, not Myers. I meant Matt. I meant Reynolds. Reynolds, not Matt. So Reynolds got one on him, and then Billy. So the NPCs have both are being attacked. You can't tell if Billy's got one on the face and is down. Elias, you see him like kind of crumple, like close to where he is. I probably would have had him over here. So over here, he's kind of running, and then he kind of falls down, maybe 10, 20, 30, like 50 feet away from you. And it's just on the ground. Reynolds is like over here. It's kind of run up over towards the back, like she's like going inside the structure, but it's fallen down, and you can't see what's happening to her over there. So that's what I meant. I'm sorry. And it is Rook's turn. Rook, it's on you. And then the creature
I'm just looking at what I can do, because if I don't have the slow action, what's pushing attack on the fast action tree?
If you
I can't push. Is that what it's?
That's for pushing. Yeah. I guess you have to use a fast action to push an attack. Is that what it says there?
Looks like it.
I didn't know that.
Only I had a grenade. Okay. Yeah, because there's not much I can do besides run from where
no,
I am.
I think pushing attack. I think that might be because you can like shove people away from you. So you can use a fax action to shove somebody so that as they stagger away, you can then go and shoot them without any negative modifier from being too close. So I'm thinking that's what that might be.
Okay. Not very useful for me because I can't shoot. In that case, I am going to run.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been pushed up against the landing gear of the ship.
Yeah, let me say, imagine you were like right over the landing gear over here towards the front.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe like right in here in this area. You're still like in that area.
And yeah, I've got an idea. Because that tripwire here, it's not letting me click, but this tripwire, the one that's like perfectly perpendicular to the end of the...
That one?
Yeah, that one. That hasn't gone off yet, has it?
It hasn't gone off. And the creature's like right here in front of you.
Yeah, so if I ran, could I try and run towards that tripwire? With the idea in mind of if the thing follows me, I can lead it into the tripwire?
I like it. Yep. So I would imagine you probably have to like kind of like wave it and like kind of like you're trying to taunt it. You're trying to like draw it towards you. So
I imagine as I'm dodging away.
Yeah, give me a command roll against the creature to see if you can get it to.
Can I use one of my story points to...
Yes. So you could still roll, but if you don't want to roll, but you could have an automatic 6, and then you could roll to add more 6s to it if you'd like.
Ooh, okay. Let me actually roll first then in that case. My command isn't bad. Ooh, okay. 2 6s.
Nice.
And then to make sure I will still use the story point.
There you go. So with the 2 extra 6s, is there anything you want to do with the command to add to it? I'm off the top of my head. I have to look to see what that is. You can do.
It just says +1 to target's roll to carry out order. I don't know what that.
Oh, I guess that's so you'd be giving.
Because if you're telling someone else to do something.
Gotcha. That would be giving them a +1 too. So for this, it's just going to work. So you hit 3 of them, and so the creature kind of like whips around and looks at, and so suddenly as everyone's shooting, Elias, you see Rook just take off running, and you see the creature go and start to move in and kind of give this almost T-Rex style run. You kind of look like Grant in Jurassic Park. We run it like
yeah,
over here. I think it was Ian Malcolm or whatever. It's like running, and she's just like following you full T-Rex style in the rain. And then right when you get to where the you know where it is because of your overall robot intellect. I'll give you +2 because of the other 6s. But if you really want this thing to cross, you've got to do a mobility check and jump over it so that the creature runs and doesn't. Because if you run away from the line, it runs towards that. So you have to jump over the line.
I feel good about this. So mobility +2.
Mobility +2.
Okay. Mobility.
Now you're making it interesting. I like it.
Okay. So 3 6s.
Jeez. Okay, so as you leap over it, suddenly the blast goes off as the creature runs through it. Now, Mac has to dive out of the way. So I'm going to make a mobility check. I don't even know what Mac's mobility is, so we're just going to say everything's 5 right now. But actually, here's what I'm going to do. Rook, I would like you to roll. Give me a 12 dice blast. This is to see.
12? Okay.
12, yeah. So I'm going to roll armor ahead of time. Only got 1 6.
2 6s.
Dang. So, all right. And the damage on the grenade, I'm going to say, I don't have it here, but because these are regular grenades. So we're going to make them 3. And so as the blast goes off, you said you got 2 6s? So that's 4 damage as it blows up. let's see if actually NPCs. I don't know. The rules say I decide. So Mac just dives out of the way and makes it go face down as the explosion goes up. You see this thing kind of scream as it gets blown off of its feet like in slow motion and slams down on the ground and the mud crackles. And for a moment it looks like it might be dead, but then short-lived as it starts to kind of move and writhe. But you can tell that it's a bit stunned, disoriented, delirious as it's trying to get back up. And it's taking that damage. So good. I like that. Good move. At that moment, Rook, why don't you give me, you're on a roll. I'm going to have you and anyone else in the area. Where is Dalton? I haven't heard from you. And I'll also have James. Give me all a quick observation check. Each of you for something. I'll tell you what it is, but each one is different, just based on where I think you are.
Do I get is it a sneak attack? Do I get the +2?
It's not a sneak attack. It's just a regular. What do you mean? It's not a sneak attack. No, so it's not. Okay. Nothing's moving in on you. It's just a regular observation.
I got 2 6s. I
panicked. Okay, so I'm. So actually, I won't even. I won't call panic on these. Nice. So these, I won't make you panic on that one. So what it is Rook, as you see the blast go off, you kind of scan the area and you look and you have a feeling that if there was one tripwire, well, you know that there was one that he set, right? You will also know that there's another one that's preset, because this was his grenade one, but you also know that there was one already set in the camp. And if there was one set in the camp, chances are there could be others in different places. Now, just because I'm pointing there does not mean they're actually there, but there could be others, and they could be found on other observations. Now, what did you get? James panicked, but what did Rex get?
I got 2 6s.
So Rex, as you that almost like as that plume of fire goes up, you realize, yes, you guys are stuck here. The ship definitely doesn't work, but you it makes you kind of for a second think about, well, James was pulling shit off of the carrier, but the carrier has. Even he was messing with the transaxle, it still has a plasma gun. It has a turret-mounted plasma gun on the top, or a Gatling, and a plasma on the front. So the fronts you need those, but that turret gun, suddenly you realize this thing right here could be used as a stationary mega weapon from anyone. And so Rex could call that out to the party or tell everyone in that moment. But yes, that's there for you as well. Now it is, whose turn was it last? Where were we at? We were at Rook's, so then Dalton, it's on you.
Okay, so I'm going to call out to the group to use the cannon on the vehicle.
And I'm going to remove this one from the board. So, because the creature is now over, it's right here.
Because I'm sort of over on that side.
Yep.
So I'm hoping that one of the people that are closer to it will jump in that. And then I'm going to take aim at the creature.
All right, I'll give you +2 since it's on the ground. It's like a big giant target at this point. It's kind of staggering. Get up.
I only got 1 6 out of all of this.
All right.
These dice are just
20 dice and you only got 1 6.
Yeah.
That's correct.
But I didn't get a 1.
All right, so the creature does get to.
I used my good roll for the alien, for the predator.
It blocks that 1 6.
Of course it does.
At this moment, we're at Dalton. So Dalton's like shooting at it. She's called out. She's told everybody, the Gatling guns. At that moment, it's Elias. Your turn.
And okay, so the facehugger attacked him, and then.
So he attacked you. He threw it away from you. So it's like you could see it skittering. You could attack that one, or you could run away from that facehugger. You could attack the creature directly in front of you. You could go for the truck. You whatever you want.
Okay. So could he make it to the truck and hop on the back of the plasma cannon, or
Yes,
whatever is
I'll
up
say
on.
that. I'll say that you would basically by the time you get to the truck, you'd be using 2 fast actions. You'd be just sprinting, right? So by the time you get here, you'd be getting up, mounting. You wouldn't be able to shoot it till your next turn,
Okay.
unless you, But you could get there.
So then I'll say at this point he'll continue on with the creature and just full auto.
Okay, so +2. So +2 because it's still on the ground. +2 with full auto. +1 stress. Go for it.
I'm now at 6 stress, just so you know.
You know what? We've been leaving my Pred Alien. It has 2. It has 1 and it's 10. So somebody didn't put it on. I forgot about it. So it's been losing an attack all these rounds. I was like, that creature's only attacking once. Every alien has 2 attacks. So now it attacks after the face huggers.
Oh darn!
I know. So because of that, this is going to be a super attack round. Since we're coming down, we're going to try to end the game. This creature's going to have. I'm going to give it. Oh shoot!
By end the game, he means kill us all.
Yeah.
Just translating.
It's going to take the 4 attacks. It's going to take 4 actions.
Getting late, guys. Might as well kill your characters.
2 6s.
All right, nice. If anything, it pushes it forward. So so 2 6s. So good thing you hit it 2 6s. It will still do its armor. Because it's still armor piercing. 3 6s. That knocks. All right. So as you're shooting this thing, it's starting to settle in that like you need the big gun, and as you're like laying into the hole of this thing, at that point, as you're shooting, Elias, the little face hugger, one of them is skittering back around. That one leaps at you, while another one is kind of tail whipping towards you. The tail whip. Actually, I'm gonna just get to the meat of it, which will be the 6. Let's see if this. Oh my God! You are so lucky. So another one. It doesn't get you again. The other one that is striking will do the skittering menace. So you need to make a panic check. So you've been attacked twice. Presses up again. You got to make a panic check.
So
This group really is pretty
6.
hard to kill. Nice. So 6. So he's like, these Marines are just keeping a cool head. Like, right? They've been through this concept. They've been through war. They've never been through anything like this, but they are holding their own. So if Mac is over here, Billy's down. So our creature has taken its blast and kind of stands up, and Rook's right there is just kind of leapt over. Based on what I roll, I'll see who it goes after. That's a 5. I think this would be. All right, so, jeez. Okay, so it's a 10 base attack. I don't even think I keep dropping dice. A 9 in my hand, I'll have to roll one more. Okay, I can roll that one again. There's 2 6s in there. And so this strike, it kind of whips like it's going for Rook. It kind of like whips its tail. And as it whips its tail, she like kind of slides. As she was running, she like slides after jumping over the fire, and it whips over her. And as it whips over her, it slices right across Elias's throat. Like it slices like all the way through, and his head just drops off and is like hanging in his lap. I don't know if he had stood up yet, but if he was getting up and he is standing up, and so he just is like, he just kind of like cough, and then the smart gun starts going off as his body falls over to the side. Because of that, the next attack is then. Is there anything he was like, anything that he wants to share? Maybe going through his mind, maybe a last thought, a last a dying thought. And so as
he probably thought that didn't see that coming at all.
Yeah.
Did he at least hit him with the gun at all? Going off wildly?
And so literally, as it opens up his throat, it's like, I'd imagine like in his mind while he was fighting, he probably was singing Ave Maria. And that's, I imagine almost at that moment it would kind of be playing throughout, and as his gun is just kind of barking, his body collapses over as these bullets are going off. I'm going to give you a roll, Elias. You can go up and make your final attack as you're shooting at the creature. That dice right here is the next creature's strike as it rushes forward. And this one will be 10 base, another 10 based attack. That will be 2 sixes. And then I get one more. And that one, unfortunately, is a 6. And so it grabs Rook and picks Rook, lifts Rook angrily off the ground, and just kind of holds. And then you see those big, giant mandibles open up. And it like latches onto, but all 4 mandibles latch onto the top of Rook's skull. And then it strikes with the second inside, wow, and her head explodes. And then it continues to strike and just kind of strike with that second, like almost like, what is this thing? Like it's tearing into her body, and just continues to like, and by the time it drops Rook, it's just like a V-shaped carnage, like into her chest, and it just like throws it down, and it kind of whips around. Elias, let off your shots. Rook, if there was anything, what is there anything that maybe you would have been thinking, or last thing you maybe saw before that happened to you, or thing you would contribute to that moment before the death?
Probably having seen Elias just get his neck slashed open, Rook's mind would have already been going into, diagnosing what could be done, what can I possibly do? I've lost the medical kit, just program firing after firing down all the options, and then just heading out into nothing.
And so you have Eddie's.
I have Holroyd's head.
Holroyd's head.
I have a
yes.
replacement, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah. And so as her head is like no more, your body just kind of collapses, and Holroyd's
the
head
in the pack rolls out.
And they're like laying nearby, just android parts. But I guess in that moment, the last thing that maybe she does know is that. Her head is gone, but hopefully somewhere, whatever's saved, there's definitely memories and stuff that could be used on Holroyd, and she's just no more. She can no longer serve the humans in this time. And so with that, the creature kind of whips around, and this last attack, I'm gonna roll. If it's a 1, it's a 4. This would be. So at this point, Mac is like shooting, and she's like fended herself off from the one another facehugger that was coming at her, and she turns, and the creature just kind of steps forward and leans and like rushes and like kicks with one of the arms, swings and slaps Mac to the ground, and then like steps over and puts a foot on her chest and starts to kind of crush down on her, and is like standing over Mac. And now we're at the top of the round. This will be our last turn for the night. Whatever happens here, this is it. You guys have the cannon is still over there. There's stuff skittering around. Go big or go home, kind of. This is your moment. Starting at the top, it is the Predator Alien again. I'm not going to do the Predator because I kind of was doing all those. Those were it's 3 attacks to catch up. So yes, it's Myers.
All right. Myers with. All right, so I dropped my rifle,
Mm-hmm.
and the rifle has no ammunition. I think I'm close enough to run in, at least run into the Jeep I don't know if I can use the cannon.
You've got a fast action. I'll give you the slow action to use the cannon. Because you're
Okay.
close enough. See, I would just make it like, because basically, like, he was too far. He'd have to run, like, a good amount. You could run, jump in, start, and just get it activated, and start shooting it.
Okay. So that's a ranged combat, but what's the modifier for that thing?
Oh, yeah, the pulse rifle. So what I'm going to play loose here. What I'm going to do is give you 12 dice.
Okay. Just
So
12
this
total?
thing just start barking. Yeah, with this thing. Armor piercing. And I'm going to say
Okay.
these are double armor piercing rounds. So the creature has half of its normal armor.
Okay. And that's amazing. There's no sixes. and
No
12.
way! Push it. up one stress, and you better push it.
Story point.
Yeah, no one's
But
using these story points. Also,
But does that not work? I thought it didn't work with attacks.
is that what it says in the book?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. I make them. It's an automatic 6. You can continue to roll, but it's an automatic success.
Okay, I mean, let me just use that then.
But remember this. So the thing is, it still has armor. So so it's the damage. So, well, here's the way we're using. This is a little different because the way we're doing. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. So the pulse cannon, I'm gonna say it does. I don't think it does this high, but we'll say it does 5 damage right per shot. So if you use the automatic story point and let it stand without pushing it, you do 5 damage. If you push it, you do 5 for every single 6 you hit, but you risk failing with as many stress dice as you have.
Yeah.
So that's your leave it with the 5 and let him take the 5, and the creature still gets. This creature's still going to get 4 armor to save against that one shot.
So I'm gonna let me do it. And remember, I haven't rolled my stress dice yet. So this might not have any.
Oh, you have to. So wait, you haven't. You haven't rolled your stress dice. Then you can't push yet. You have to roll stress dice first.
Okay, yeah. So let me do that.
Yeah. So no. You just got 1 6 on your regular die. So you got to roll
Which
all
I
your
have.
stress too. So you got 12 regular dice and then your stress dice.
Yeah. So that's a no. That's panic.
Oh my god. So how many 6s did you get nonetheless? I just want to know if there is any there.
Oh, okay. 1.
1 6. Okay. So make your panic. I'm gonna take the damage, but I'm gonna still penalize you by taking the damage and giving you the 5. Like you're just because you're madly in mind. I'm going to up your panic number by 2. So whatever your normally number would be, it's going to add 2 to the final total.
Okay. So I rolled 9, but it should be more than that. What
So
is
it'll be so 9. So you rolled a d6 and then you added 9 is the number.
No, I rolled a d6 and added 6.
6. Okay, so you got 9 total. So then you'll be at 11. So
Yeah.
11 puts us at a seek cover. So in your next action, you choose to get away from danger as quickly as possible. So you start to panic as you see this thing taking blast and not dying. The good thing about it is seeking cover, you're already inside of the gun, like inside the ship.
Yeah.
So technically, you're just seek cover. You'll be fine. But so it takes a total of another 5. So you see the thing is getting blasted and getting pelted, and as it angrily starts to dart under, like trying to run away, like into the bushes, away from the guns, and you guys can see these hot streaks of lead just go boom, 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 boom. That Myers is shooting, but as he's panicking, he's also like firing. Oh, did we ever shoot Elias's last shot before you died? Remember, I let you let off that as you were dying. You let off the smart gun. You can do that and let me know what you get. And then we will, I'm going to do there's going to be 4 face huggers, so I'm just going to do all these attacks right here. These are going to be, so seeing as the creature is like waving away, suddenly those space huggers start to run towards the carrier. They start to like climb, all over looking for a way in. And one of them is able to kind of skitter in and literally, because there's like a bit in the front. This thing is like all kind of messed up. And Meyer maybe he just sees it coming out of the corner as he's like drops away from the gun. He sees the thing coming through the front of the hole. Inside, the thing is kind of lit up like a greenish aura, and so you can kind of see it there in the shadows. And it goes to strike. It's going to be a 6 base attack, I believe. And nothing. So it's like strikes, and it like you're able to move out of the way, but now you're in the close quarters with this one creature just kind of skittering around. At that moment, you can everyone can hear Jim like kind of screaming inside the get away from me! Ah! And then we move to Arden.
Oh, so I rolled a 1 and a 6.
A 1 and a 6, so you would have died, but you did get the 6. And if I shit the bed on my armor, actually I rolled 1, 2, 3, 4. I rolled 1 than I should, so I'm actually gonna take it away and give you the score because I should have. I was supposed to only roll 8. So okay, one more damage added to the creature. So it's been hit a good amount of times. It's starting to stagger. Like I said, it's kind of running away, like kind of running around the perimeter. You can kind of hear it moving through the trees. And like I said, last round, James, you're up. This is your moment, or her moment.
I don't even know what I can do.
Yeah, you still have your knife. I mean, so
Avenge me.
I imagine like, yeah, you can be creative with this moment. If there's anything, I actually, you know what, like above you, suddenly the little door opens. It's like, and Mickey goes, hey, Arden, catch, and throws and tosses you, and you drops down in your hands his incinerator, and then like slams the door shut.
Sounds good. All right.
The only thing about that is it forces you to move towards the creature and get within close range to flame it.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna do that. And what is it to hit? Is it a ranged weapon?
Yeah, it's a range. So it's I think it's like a medium range. Pull out the incinerator. But basically, yeah, let me find it.
Is there a bonus to hit with it?
There is, I believe I think it's an automatic. I think it's a 9d6 fire attack. Smart gun. Here it is. All right, it is no bonus. It does 2 damage, and it's a fire intensity of 9. So you get 9 dice, in addition to whatever your range.
Right?
So you get your range dice, your agility. What's it called? I think it's agility, range, and 9 dice of fire damage. You want to do it? Go for it. And then plus whatever your stress is. So it's a lot of dice.
So I didn't panic and I didn't get any 6s, so I'm going to push it.
All right.
Can I do that?
Yes, you can push it. So here's what happens. Like, so you start running towards this thing, and it's like as it was kind of going off into the bushes, it's kind of circling around. And once Meyer stopped firing the gun, it kind of curved back around and started running out. And it's running towards you as you're moving towards it. And it looks like it's about to run and like hit because the back of the ship or the front of the ship, it looks like it's going to run into the front of the ship. So it could even damage the ship before it even hits you because it's full on charging towards you. So hopefully the ship doesn't take any more damage if you can just flame it.
I got 3 6s, but I also got 2 1s on my stress dice.
2 1s. Okay, so then you, go ahead and give me your stress roll. I am going to let the fire stand on the creature, but you're gonna have to make a stress check, or to go do your panic check. You should have a pretty high stress, right?
It's currently at 4. You haven't started to go up recently.
Pretty much every time this creature, if you see it kill someone, it goes up. If you see it attack somebody and it hurts them, it goes up. So you guys gotta be at like 6 or 7 right now.
I rolled a 1.
Okay. So then plus you roll a 1 on your d6 plus 7. So yeah, you're just right over. So you're just having a nervous twitch right now. Okay, so your stress then increases by 1. As you flame this thing, fire, they do not like fire, the creatures. So it does not. So 4 points of damage. As you start to flame, it starts to stagger away, hissing as the fire kind of rolls across it. So hitting it with that flame, kind of spray, it just kind of plumes out. Now, as this happens, Arden, you're it starts to back away from you. As then it is, Rook is down. Dalton. So as she's flaming, she's keeping it at bay. It doesn't hit the ship. It kind of staggers forward. But because she kind of has that nervous twitch, she stops flaming for a second. And the creature's stunned, and Dalton, you're nearby. What do you do?
So I am going to start moving toward the ship.
Yeah.
But I am going to basically take aim and unload my smart gun at it and hopefully hit it better.
So you're doing +2, +1 stress for auto fire.
Dang it. So I got 3 6s, but 1 1 on the panic.
All right, go ahead and roll panic. Since I've been allowing you guys to stand on your...
So I got a 7 on the panic.
All right. And so you're having a nervous twitch as well. So, so your stress goes up as anyone else around you. Stress goes up, which I guess you're probably not in the immediate area of anyone. And so you guys are the thing is starting to back away. When it ran away the first time, it lifted its foot off of Mac's chest. So she's like laying there, but she looks completely broken from it looks like she probably got broken ribs and can't stand back up. Billy's bodies is over somewhere. And this is for the damage to try to block. Yeah, so what was that? You said how many 6s?
I had gotten 3 6s.
3 6s. Okay. So I'm adding those. So the creature kind of staggers and falls back and starting to kind of scream as it hisses from the flame. It looks kind of fire damaged. It's got a bunch of holes in it, starting to get struck. It's starting to slow down, and it looks like it could be on its last leg. Like this could be it. And who's next after you? So have we done everybody? Oh, Elias, who would be? So at this moment, it does it's little. So I imagine also from the flaming, the fire, the other two. One of the facehuggers got Billy. The other one got the other guy. So those 2 facehuggers at the end are gone. It's just the creature, and the people are being shot at. It doesn't have enough time to kind of go rushing as it knows it's getting pelted from shots from the truck over there, and it's looking very weak. And so I don't know if it goes after James or Dalton here. Looks like this is Dalton. Let's see. That's a 6. Dalton. You gotta hope I don't get a 6 on this attack here. It's a 10 base attack. One 6. Yeah. So Dalton, like as this thing, you were like the last person shooting at it. So its tail whips and the tail grabs you and like picks you up and starts to kind of pull you towards it. And kind of starts to like kind of pushes you forward, and you see that glassy hole as it brings you close to its face. And Dalton, is there anything you're saying or doing as imminent death is before you? Anything you would call out to your party members in this moment? Nothing. Nope.
No.
Nope.
I think I would just be like screaming.
Yeah. with its two hands out, like so that the tail is holding you, and then the two larger hands are kind of whipping around. It's kind of like looking at everyone else, but holding Dalton. The two hands that are kind of here closest to the chest are like those clean alien arms. They grab Dalton's shoulders, and then the head bites down and pulls back. And similar to a predator, Dalton's head and the spine just kind of snatch out, and then it flings the body off to the side. Full head bite. It causes the critical injury 66, which is an auto kill. At that moment, the minute that rips Dalton's head out, suddenly a blast hits it and slams into its neck, and it starts to sputter. Everyone give me a mobility check here. Everybody, and like whoever, and this is against each other. I'd like to see who gets the highest amount of sixes in this moment.
Of the people living.
Of the people living,
The
sorry.
two people left, basically.
I was gonna say, I'm like, Elias gets a head roll.
That is 1 6, but a 1.
All right, and so you got, so then, and it was James, right, is the other one? Did you get any sixes?
Yeah, and I didn't get any 6s or 1.
Nice, so you got a 6 and a 1?
Uh-huh.
Okay, a panic 1?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to count the 6 for this. So you got to react before. So you see something like strike the creature, right? And blast into it from above, like it rained out of the sky, a large blast. And it staggers and it drops Dalton's body, and it kind of like looks up, and part of it, you can see part of its shoulder is blown away. One of those arms is gone, and it's splashing out kind of ichor that is splashing against the ground, and the ground is starting to sizzle. Mac is kind of standing towards her feet and starting to kind of fire her gun. And what do you? That mobility check was for you to react, so you get to do one thing. Meyer, what is it here? And because you're panicking, what I will do is whatever you do, you will get a minus 2 to whatever you're going to do. But this is like kind of something you could just react to.
Well, I was still inside the vehicle.
Yeah, you're inside the vehicle, and then there's a thing skittering around, and it just went under one of the kind of under one of the like the seats in the ship.
So I want to make some time for myself by trying to get out of the vehicle and closing the door, so it has to struggle to get out of it.
Yep. So you're able to do that. Boom, you slam. That's what your fast action. As the creature comes towards you, you're able to close the door. Now you're outside. You turn around. As you look up in the sky, you see something dark, a silhouette of something, a ship with like kind of like blue reddish lights around it, but it's very far, and it's starting to push in and hover close to the site, and it fires another blast, and the creature starts to run, and it boom, and it sends up a huge shower of fireworks as the creature is kind of running, darting away towards the bushes. And then James, I'm going to go ahead. Is there something? I'm going to give you one more action too, because you guys are like two living heroes or party members. So I know you didn't roll any 6s, but what would you do in this moment? Would you attack? Would you run towards him? What would you try to do?
I
run
towards
running away, like running
away
where?
From the creature that's currently being attacked
Okay.
by something else.
All right, and so you're just kind of running away. You guys are all kind of like huddle up and meet each other, like under the ship, and then suddenly something, boom, lands down on the top of the ship, and then jumps down on the ground. And so you guys are under the hull, and you see when it lands on the ground, where the creature's running away from it, it goes running off towards it. It's a big, hulky, another one of those creatures with the dreaded locks, and it kind of like shakes, and the invisible nature of it kind of rolls off, and it jumps onto the back of the creature, and it starts striking it across the head, and they both start to kind of clash and go back and forth with each other like titans. And then from the blast in the head and from the amount of damage that is done to the pulse, like from the pulse cannon, it eventually the thing collapses, and it kind of continues to stab down on it, and then it starts to drop. You see it like breaking off a bunch of its gear because it's all the gear on it. It's like sizzling and kind of smoking, and then it kind of whips its head back around and looks at the party, the two people that are there, and in that moment, what do you guys do? And it starts to kind of just, it no longer has the armor on the side. It doesn't have the gun on. It has taken off the claws, but it still has its masks on, and it's kind of looking at you, and it starts to walk towards you very slowly. Boom, boom, boom. What do you guys do?
I try to indicate that there's another one of the face huggers inside the vehicle, just like. And
then from its wrist, like a wrist gauntlet, it goes, and a little rocket goes, and the whole carrier goes, and then there's a huge explosion on that side as it lifts off the ground and comes crashing down. And as it's walking, it kind of looks, and then like another one skitters behind it, steps on it, and crushes it. And then now it's closing like 15 feet, and it's like standing in front of both of you, and it just stops and it's like towering over both of you.
Thanks.
And then any action, or how would you react? Is there anything you say to it as it's standing there?
I don't think so. Gently knocking on the door to see if Mickey can let us in, because
so you're like knocking on the hole, like, boom, 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 and you hear Mickey like, "Nope, go away, no one's home." At that, I guess, in the moment, it kind of looks at you. It kind of leans in towards Arden. And on your work table, I imagine you had like the documents that were still there, and it kind of eyes those, and it points, and it puts its hand out, like as though asking you, Arden, to give those documents to it. What
I'll
do you
hand
do?
him over. I have a knife.
And so as you do that, okay, so you hand them over with your knife in hand, like shaking, and it takes them, and it kind of crumples them up, and like, puts them in some kind of satchel, something that it has there, and then it looks over at Myers. And you get the feeling that it is a bit in awe at all of you, kind of maybe a bit impressed with what it has seen here. Myers, is there anything you do?
I am also impressed. I will attempt to. Yeah, I will salute it.
So you
I'll
kind
give
of
a smart salute, just like that was amazing.
So as you make that gesture, it kind of steps back, and kind of puts its hands and kind of pulls off the visor, and as it brings it down, you can see that it's a very aged. It looks, its dreads are long, like they run all the way down the back, and the face is a bit older than the creature that you saw before, and there's a huge gash across it. Then it kind of looks around, and it kind of goes over and tears a piece off of the dead creature, and you see that it looks like it has like a piece of the creature's finger, and it kind of walks over to you and grabs you, Meyer, by the face, kind of forcefully, and just kind of starts to mark your face, and you just start to burn and it leaves like 3 marks right there. Then it looks over at James and motions for her to step to it. What does she do?
I stepped towards it, seeing that it didn't murder him.
And then it marks both of her cheeks, and it burns like it just marks both of you guys' cheeks there. And as that acid is kind of settling in, it kind of steps back in front of you all and looks at you, and then it does the salute, whether it understands it or not. It gives James the same courtesy, and then out of its pack it pulls something, and it's some kind of fancy gun that you've never seen anything like it. It looks like it could be a gun based on like the handle of it, and then he presents it to one of you to take out of his hands. You take it? Okay.
I will walk forward and take it.
Then the ship is still hovering overhead, kind of turns away and starting to walk away. And as it's starting to walk away, that cloaking device is starting to appear over it as though it's starting to go invisible, and you could tell that it is about to leave. And if no one says anything, it just kind of disappears. And you don't even see where it jumped or if it went up. You hear a noise, it goes, and it might have jumped into the tree line, and then that ship that's kind of hovering really low kind of starts to take off and hover away and take off into the heavens as the rain starts to kind of die down and the trees are just all sitting there shaking. And you guys are just literally standing there. Is there anything you say to each other? You still have a ship to hopefully fix, and all of your dead members laying around.
Is Max still alive?
Max? Oh, Mac
yeah.
is still alive. So yeah, so Mac
Yeah.
walks up, and so Mac, as Mac walks up, what would she say to the two there? Who
Are you looking at me?
Yeah. Is there anything that she would add? If not, you don't have to. You don't have to force you guys, but yeah, your character
what
Mac is
happened
still
here?
alive. So
What exactly happened here? Who was that?
It was a shit show, man.
nice.
We're still alive, and that's
Yeah.
all we can do. What happened to
Yeah.
Reynolds and Billy?
Did Reynolds get it?
So I'll explain those after credits.
Okay.
But as we kind of
Think
pull
you
before
would
you guys
wonder.
even have time
You
to
would
go
wonder
check those
if
out.
Reynolds got it.
We just kind of push in on all of you a bit, just kind of confused and disoriented. And there we'll close out our tonight's story. And as we fade to black, we see someone on that ship as it's kind of taking off towards space. Not for you guys, but as players. Inside that ship, the one creature, we call him the Elder, the Ancient, walks over and he puts his helmet like on a rack, and there's 2 other helmets that he lays beside that are thrashed and messed up, and he looks over. On one slab is lying the female figure, like all shot up, and he closes her eyes. Good job. And he says something in Yalta, and he kind of does it right. And then on the other slab on his other side, there's another creature, another one young like her, male form, that he closes his eyes. As the camera pans down, there's a huge hole in his chest. And he kind of sits down at the controls and like marks some coordinates. And as he marks some coordinates to the next world, we see like a holographic world that he's going to. And on that world, we see a ship kind of ships floating around it, and they're all like U-shaped ships, like U-shaped with kind of a point on the end. They would be similar to the ship that crashed on LV 426, and he takes off into space. Credits. Thanks, guys, for playing. That was good. Definitely was a interesting game.
There's something about 2 people surviving.
Yeah, right. It's always
All
like
of
2.
He's like, okay, we've killed the right amount. Now we can.
Got
Now
enough.
I'm good.
Got the
I couldn't
quota.
get any kills. I couldn't get any kills early on in the game. This is actually to show you
Here
all
come we,
those kills
though.
are real. It's when the 6 comes up. It's when the auto 6 comes up. That's when you
Well,
go.
he gets like 15 dice or whatever. So
Yeah,
like,
it's a lot of
there's
dice.
gonna be a 6 somewhere in there.
I didn't even make the Pred Alien up. All I did is use. I just decided to use the as it's written in the book. There's a Queen Alien. There's a Praetorian, and then there's a Charger. And so I used the Charger rules. And the Charger's they're essentially like guards for the Queen, but they're big as she is. Big head and everything. And so I was like, yeah, I'll just use that. Because if you've ever seen Alien versus Predator, it's essentially a giant queen that's even stronger. And yeah, that thing had crazy. It had 18 armor, 5 observation, 4 mobility. Mobility was slow. Close to. It had almost 20 health. Speed 1. So I upped the speed because it was Predator. That was the only stat that I changed. But it was crucial.
I had 2 life left. That was it. 2
Wow.
health. So when you did that, I was like, oh, that.
You know what's funny? A lot of people don't go broken to where they can actually try to work their way back. It's usually it's either death or you pretty much hang on for a while. It was good.
Arden fixed me up. I had I was running for it. I was totally good. I'm fresh out the factory, and then just.
No, this was completely mapped. So the way tonight's episode was mapped is that it was supposed to. The way I mapped it is the creature was supposed to fight you for only 1 round. That's my. I thought because no one had any reloads. I forgot people had extra guns to pull out on the creature. It was only supposed to fight 1 round, and then it was supposed to hear something in a distance roar, and then it was supposed to take off. But then I was like, I need to have it fight at least 1 more round because some people at the end didn't get a chance to really attack. And then I was like, I wanted it to at least break somebody, 1 or 2 characters before it took off. Because I figured if it was broken, it would also be showing everyone that it could beat them back, but it was going to pull its punches. But then when I realized you guys were killing it, I was like, no, I'm not pulling punches. It has to start trying to kill them. And then it couldn't get any kills. So when it was going to run away, it got killed. And you guys hit it, and then it rolled 1, which makes it go down and play dead. And then no one attacked it, which is technically the rule to make it jump back up. And I thought for a second about making it do the dee and just try to detonate the area. But I was like, that's too cliche. It is too early for that. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let it sit there. And so what happens is she dies, and then the master, there's 3 of them, the elder comes and gets Kajada. So Kajada and another predator, the backstory on the planet is they land there because of the war that's going on, or the fighting that's going on, interfighting. And it's a test between these 2 young predators who have almost like a duel. They have a kind of a test between each other, but an elder needs to kind of watch over to see how well they do. And so they were there to kill the people in land. They start seeing you guys kill everything, but you guys had an egg that was open. So the other young predator who's supposed to be off doing his thing got killed early on. And so Kajada went after you guys. And then after she got killed, the elder basically finds both of my predators both of the Yanta are dead. And so he's making preparations to leave when he hears all the commotion at the camp. And so decides to fly over the camp. And but I didn't cheat you guys out of that win. I definitely made sure you guys worked that Pred Alien all the way down before he showed up. I wasn't gonna make it.
That was cool. I like as the one that handled it. He was a real one.
So that was cool. And there was 3 different ways I thought it might end, but that was yeah. I thought you guys were originally it was gonna run away, and then I thought maybe they'll go after the parts, or they'll go after the ship, or I figured the party might leave the camp. I was trying to get you to go either to the one of these 3 locations. And then if Kajada was still alive, then they would release the Pred dogs on you. If you went on foot, the Pred dogs would come, and it was going to be a skill challenge. You either run from them or you face them. And if you got the carrier going and you drove that, you have a chase sequence between the predator jumping between the trees while Myers or someone is driving that and shooting the pulse gun. And then either you were going to pass it and go over a bridge, or you crash and you guys all go off the waterfall in this, rolling down this embankment and crashing in the water. and then that's how everybody kind of ends up in an area where they have to like fight it. So yeah, but it turned out really fun. However, so yeah, it just ended up being. But that was also an option. I said they might just hunker down at camp and stay at camp, and that was my bad. I forgot that you guys destroyed. I forgot that Elias pulled the trigger on destroying the ship. I kept thinking the ship was still had parts to scavenge from.
Was there another ship anywhere on the planet?
Yeah,
So
there
was a possibility of there being one in the Fallout shelter. So, but all you were going to find at the Fallout shelter was there's another NPC who's been living there, that's staying away from the guerrillas, and all the transport stuff is broken and busted up. But he had a bunch of rations, but the place is really well fortified, and so you could either fortify there, get some new weapons, and then if the creature was going to actually have to, I think it was like force you guys out at that point.
I was gonna almost ask Meyer, like, maybe do the bishop thing, like if they have a communications tower, like land the whole ship so we can just get back on it.
Yeah. The reason I kept having those moments for you guys too, I like that you played it the way you did, but if any of you would have said, "Can I come with you?" it would have taken you guys off the planet. But yeah, it would have because yeah.
Hey, dude,
but
lost your
I know. But it kind of leave them hope that they could actually, now that there's no predators, if there's no aliens left, they could get that ship up and running and get out of there. But yeah.
And I was asking about Reynolds and Billy. So because I think you said that you said Reynolds
down.
might have been down with the face hugger.
So Reynolds. So
I was thinking do we need to go and do the double tap on them? Yeah,
so that's what we'll do is I'm going to leave that open if Reynolds is down. Billy's gone. You guys will find out shortly if she made it. I think that Mac made it. I didn't want to do a disservice to Mac because Mac has survived so long.
Reynolds is going to be the character that just...
He's going to go after Reynolds if Reynolds is still alive.
Yeah.
So,
and that's the thing about characters like Reynolds. They almost, in Alien, they deserve to stay alive because, humans, they have to get it, they usually, if everybody hates them, either one of the humans has got to get it or put them in a position where the alien gets them eventually. I don't know. But they're better served alive sometimes.
And what about Mickey? Mickey's still got the tape.
Mickey still got the tape. He's still alive. Yeah. He's still in the ship. I was hoping he would play tonight because I did have several different endings for if it came down to one player. And I thought that would have been so interesting if it came down to just between Mickey and this one Yanta. So if he was the survivor, it would have taken him, choice or not, to train him to be one. If he would have done something, so I think for Kajada, he did something by showing that he was willing to fight her. But that's also when he became a mark on the list when he shot, because it is you don't kill kids. But when they showed that he could actually fight back, then I would have like, okay, I'm willing to kill this kid too. But the Elder never saw it, and yeah. And so whenever the Predator took over the death of the one young guy, then that thing can just lay the overmorph. So just laid a bunch of those and just sent, the face huggers into you guys. And that was, I was like, I knew that there was a possibility of a Pred alien, but when I realized they're not leaving the camp, I was like, yep, so we've got 1 hour left. This is going to be Pred alien attacks the camp. That's what we're going to do. So it was fun. That was good. Oh man. Sorry. I felt like Deborah needed her first official death.
Death by face eating.
At least you guys can see I didn't make up any of you. If you got killed, you saw the roll. You saw it. It was there. Yeah, I just try to make them different deaths because they're essentially only 6 different ones for this creature, but you have to kind of solve. So pretty much both Rook and Dalton died by the same one. They had bite.
But hey, yeah. I got a spare.
There you go. Yes, that was another thing I was kind of alluding to is that you could essentially make a Hallroyd Rook bot.
Yes. I mean, what else are you going to do? You have to wait until the ship is fixed and everything.
Like Eddie and Deborah both play this character. Like they're both this. They're like a super synthetic.
Do you want to play the head or do you want to play the body?
The Frankenstein synthetic. Get like the stitches.
Because I imagine Rook's computer chip is still somewhere, even though the head was exploded. Like, like whatever keeps that. There's probably memory on that thing that could be combined, or RAM that could be loaded in the Holroyd. Put the head back on.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
And with that, I do have to go. It is very late.
Yeah. No, I know it's late.
Good game, you guys. It was great.
Good stuff. Later, Cheryl.
Bye.
Oh man, you guys know I always stick around, so don't feel bad if you need to jump off. Troy, you're still there. I don't know if you sleep or just maybe.
Hell no.
Oh man,
I'll show you. This was me the entire time playing or watching you guys play. If my video will work, I gotta get out of that first. So I was just like this. Or like, oh shit, no. Oh my god.
I think that last battle was the worst as far as not being able to hit anything.
Man, it was tough, yeah.
Back and forth. It was like we're all just going, oh, nope, I didn't hit you. Oh, no, we didn't get hit back. Like,
and I started to feel that. I was like, okay, this is starting to get to that point where they're getting demoralized. And I wanted somebody to say, like, hey, doesn't the ship, are there any guns around? Or I got to remember that, like, that's why I made you guys do the observation checks, but always feel like that's the only thing about D&D that I don't like is if you play too much 5e, I feel like it's a weird. It can promote creativity, but it can also kind of stifle it because there's so many rules for everything. You get very caught up in like what you can and cannot do, and then you never ask, that's what I like about this game is when you hit stunts, you ask questions like, is there stuff around? So I almost want you guys to apply those stunt questions to everything. Like, is there something I could grab? Could I try to get this thing working? Even though the transaxle's busted on the carrier, do you think it'll drive, DM? And I'll be like, maybe it will, because like you guys are probably, I was like, how do I not kill them until Cheryl goes, can I have the thing run over? That was the point where it opened up some like creativity, because even I was like, I don't know what to do here. Like this thing is like, they can't kill it, and,
hit it.
And then I tried to drop some other hints, because earlier on, Billy told Elias, hey man, if we are going to secure this camp, in this game, I'm often asking for you guys to fill in the gaps, because this game works a lot like Tales from the Loop, where the characters are kind of supposed to create their own story in between the scenes where the DM's not doing stuff. So they have to say like, so if you think like the movie Predator, which I'm kind of like asking you to do, is you go like, okay, if we're going to be here for 8 hours while he's working on the truck, we could be building building traps, or we could be building and so I had rules for that, so that if you've ever seen the original Predator, Arnold Schwarzenegger takes these large logs, and hoists them up. So if anything comes in, it fucking drops on their head. So you guys had a chance to set up a good amount of traps. But because everybody was like, I think I'm just going to sit and smoke a cigarette and talk while they wait for them to, it was like, they're going to die.
When you said that, when you're like, you guys are soldiers and all that, I was like, oh, Mama was already there. I'm like, like Alice putting the grenades on, I would have actually booby-trapped the Predator body. And then I'd have been like, I need someone else to like make a pitfall. We're going to have a pulley system for the air.
And that's no knock against any of the players. That's just now as you keep going, you can do those things, definitely feel free to like try to do things that you think you probably can't, or maybe just because I didn't think about it doesn't mean it might not be there. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff you need to survive this game, because otherwise the dice rolls will just eventually weigh you down and crush you. Because that's crazy. That thing has 18 armor. I get to roll 18 dice for armor checks. Like it was like, and I had to pull it out of my ass, because the Pred alien was never supposed to be something you fought in this episode at all. You killed my main villain, Kajada, so you got something much, much worse. You were supposed to fight her, and when she went down first, I was like, what do I have now? Oh, I've got this Pred alien. Because technically it was supposed to come down to the party fighting her at wherever they are on the map, and then either they kill her and they get off the planet clean, or she's winning, and then I in my back pocket I could pull the Pred alien out as a counterbalance to you guys dying to her. That was the plan, and the Elder would probably stay out of it until the alien got into it, and then the ship would come. So, but because she was dead, the other one was dead. I was like, okay, this is. And I felt like the elder only stepped in because, like, he's like, yeah, whatever these things are, we gotta get rid of these things if they've killed one of my folks. So
I'm waiting for like some other type of xenomorph to like jump out of the jungle because I'm like, there had to be an egg somewhere that got unleashed and it latched onto something. I'm like,
it was my failsafe. I didn't think I was gonna have to use aliens in this episode. I wasn't gonna use any aliens, so I wanted to keep it all predator based. But I was like literally when I said commercial break, I literally was like panic mode. I was like, open the book.
I gotta kill them. What am I gonna kill them with?
And then like literally my wife goes, like I'm flipping through the book and I go in the hallway and she's like, are you okay? I'm like, I'm fine. Because I must have been making a bunch of noise trying to like figure out what to do. And so the gun that the Predator gave you guys, that is
flintlock pistol, is it?
So it wasn't a flintlock pistol. It's actually a futuristic. It was like something you've never seen before. So actually what it is, I didn't even decide how it works. If you even figure out how it works, whatever. Almost like a tune, you have to attune to it. But for fun, for shits and giggles, so it's an engineer's weapon. Yeah. So, and that's where they were going. He was heading off to the engineers, towards an engineer's planet in the creators. Yeah.
When you said U-ship, I was like, you're fucking evil. Oh my god.
Yeah. So
poor Troy. Troy's just like, oh my god. He's just like, I'm doing this in D&D in Eberron. He's like, and now I've just watched this happen in Alien.
No, I loved every second of it because I'm a huge Predator fan, and I like the Alien franchise as well. But like everything that was going on, I was just like, all right, come on, someone do this, anything, just like kill the thing, kill him. Like,
and then your brain literally stops working because you're trying to figure out like, okay, how much ammo do I have left? Like I've got like I was rolling 6. I rolled every dice in my box, and I'm like, and it was just like Deborah. I'm like, how can there only?
How can I not get a 6?
Or like even a 1? Like I'm like, okay, at least give me a 1 or something. And there was, I'm like,
it is survival horror.
What do you do with the 4? What do you do with like 18 4s?
Yes, that's what sucks when you roll like 18 4s. Like, what is this? It can be completely unnerving, and that's why it's hard to read with this game too. Because you look at the players and it's like their turn, and I don't know if you've checked out of the game or if you just don't know what you want to do. And I think half the time is no one knows what to do because the situation is so dire.
Or I'm trying to look at the various documents and my computer isn't working, and that's part of it too.
We do know one thing though: never shoot a flare.
No, don't do that. Oh man, would you guys want to continue to play in this world where the aliens are mixed in? Like if this was to go towards campaign, or would you like to, would you want like Aliens versus Predator to kind of be like a one-off, one-shots like we're doing now, or would you like this kind of to have more of like a continue this story or start something new?
I mean, I'd kind of like to continue the story.
Okay. Yeah.
Like I would come back as Mac.
Okay. Yeah. And what you can do is if you like Mac, what you can do is you can remake her from scratch.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that she doesn't have the stats. You can kind of remake, especially the way she is now. And then we'll give experience points next session. We'll either figure out if we. So here's the thing. What did you think about playing Jim? Do you like Jim, Colin? Do you want to keep him as kind of like a campaign play character?
I like him okay.
Not something you want to play long term, maybe, right? Or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of created him as kind of a plain character, but that could be fine. Like on paper, he actually it's capable, but I don't know that last fight.
With experience points.
So the way experience points work is, and so what I'm trying to, I guess what I'm trying to think is, I'm thinking this might just be like a mini series. Maybe I'll do one more of these, and then maybe we'll do a full. I don't know. Like Mac, we'll keep Mac going to finish out the story, but I got to figure out where we go from here. Like, okay, yes, they get off the planet, they would go back. I'll have to think about that. Figure out what the next session will be. But experience points.
I could also see starting a new one too. I think I would be fine either way.
Yeah.
But why don't I say do this? If you guys have any ideas, also like especially with this, if you have ideas for where you think the characters would go once they get the ship going, if you were to continue to play James, what would be these motivations? What would be the point of continuing to play James? If she's a scientist, is there some overall, now that she's seen this creature, now that she's been marked by
she's
it?
seen a whole new species and stuff. She wants to go investigate and see what the heck.
You were the one I was hoping would want to like go with this creature to like learn everything about it. I was like, is she gonna like approach it or like? So I thought it was cool that like, you know, Jim did the salute, because the predators are there. They may not understand, but they'll mimic it, and they understand from they've been killing humans forever, so they know what a salute is, you know. So I get it. He was like, he got that.
You guys could go after the ship.
So experience points. You ask yourself these, I think 10 questions or whatever. There are 8 questions. Did you participate in the game session? Yes, you get 1 experience point. Did you risk or sacrifice something to further your personal agenda? If you can answer that with a yes, then give yourself 1. Sometimes they say, some of these questions, they say you should like ask the DM or consult the whole party to see what everybody thinks. Did you risk your life to save a buddy or a PC? Then you get 1. I think I saw, there might have been some
past games, but not so much.
Yeah. Did you challenge or stand up to a rival PC? There wasn't much of that today. Did you make a panic roll? Yes, you got 1.
Every single person.
Did you overcome a dangerous event? You did. The people who survived by violent or non-violent means. Did you make a significant discovery? Well, yeah, these would only be for the people that survived. Did you make a significant discovery or revelation? Yes. So you guys would get 1 for all those. Did you perform an extraordinary task, action? So I think both Jim's, when he jumped in and grabbed the guns at the helm of the carrier, and when Art and James, when she grabbed the flamethrower and started walking towards the creature, those are pretty.
Well, every time you attacked it with your knife.
Yeah, the knife attacks were crazy. Like, yeah, that's actually pretty extraordinary. Attacking a predator with a knife.
I feel like you guys would have had armor and would have had weapons as part of the mercenary ship rather than just your standard.
I wasn't even supposed to have a pistol.
So I think we can answer at least 6 of those. So I would say you guys give yourself 6 experience points, and then everyone for playing is going to get a story point. So 1 story point for everyone that you can keep. And then
what do you use experience points for?
Yes.
What is the purpose of them?
Okay, so that means you didn't do it. So at the beginning of this game, I gave you all 5 experience points. So what you do with? Oh yeah, I think you were. I don't think you were at the when I explained it. I don't think you were behind your screen. I was talking about it, but I don't know if your screen was. You might not have been here.
We weren't ready yet.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's my fault. So you can use the experience points for every 5 that you have. You can upgrade 1 of your skills, not your what do you call it? Not your
base stats or whatever.
Base stats, but your skills. You can level up 1 of those, or you can give yourself 1 skill that you don't already know. So one of the ones that's a 0, you can make it a 1. But to do that, you have to have performed that skill to some degree in the actual game. So say that, let's say the scientist James Arden does not have heavy machinery, but she did help Myers in performing a heavy machinery check, even though she doesn't have that skill. So she could take those 5 experience points and give herself 1 heavy machinery skill. So, she can up with those 5 experience points one of her other skills that she already has to say from 3 to 4 or 4 to 5, you know. So yeah, so that's how that goes. And then you guys do make money. So if you go back to Weyland and they don't murder you all, then yeah, you'll make good money. Which they probably won't.
Well, you would have like achieved most of what they asked you to do, right?
No, yeah, I'm totally joking because we all know this Weyland-Yutani.
You blew up the ship, you saved the couple of survivors. I mean, I think mission mostly accomplished, I guess.
And I think that they want the survivors. I won't say what they want the survivors for, but I think that they probably wanted the ship destroyed to make sure there was no trace of it, because they knew they still had LV-426 and they knew they could stay. Because in Aliens 2, they're sending the Marines down with Ripley with their company agents. So they're like, okay, everything we need is there. We probably don't need these loose ends on Eta 8. So go destroy that. Go pick up those people, and we'll at least find out what they know. And that was kind of what they were. I was going to. I toyed with the idea, but I did not do it. I was toyed with the idea of having one of you given a mission to like a change of plans, like based on something else that they found, to be like, if you find Mac, Reynolds, these people, kill them on sight. Yeah. So it's good. It's good. But
That's a thought. Also, is like maybe I think like Mac would have to convince us of this, but maybe we want to avoid delivering them to Weyland, like with the thought that maybe they're just going to be silenced or killed when they're delivered. That could be an excuse for like Mac to stick around. Like, hey, do you want to be with a group of mercenaries, and just like making a name for yourself instead of.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
It could be interesting. Yeah. Like I said, like I just kind of want to know what the players would want to do, so that will kind of help me inform the next game. I'm probably going to put up I'm probably going to have some more Alien games, and I might have them like you guys games every other week. If you want to play every week, you're always welcome to, but I might even space them out, so that I might start doing like an Alien game a week, so they're like 2 different kind of arcs. So, so the other people that maybe want to jump in, or those weeks you feel like you want to get to another game in, and it not be the one where you have to play Mac, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, still working on those. So yeah, I don't know. This one's tough. It's open. Like in the other games, I knew exactly where I wanted to go at the end of the last. I was like, oh, I know what happens next. So you guys have definitely made it interesting for sure to kind of figure out what the next session is. But I do know that like, the engineers will play it. They'll come into play at some point. And then it's gonna be ruthless. Can you imagine fighting an engineer, a queen alien, and a predator at the same time? It should be nutty.
Well, that right there alone is like a triple threat, because they all will kill each other.
Yes, that's the good thing. So,
but you got a creator who's easily 14, 15 feet tall. Queen Predator, who's like 18, 20 feet tall, alien, and then you got a Predator decked out with weapons.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, should be good. Oh man.
And you don't even know what kind of
humans.
Yeah, and you don't even know what kind of weapons the engineers are gonna have.
Yeah.
Oh man, you don't even know what they've got, and they're in the book, but they don't like. I think they're gonna start They're probably gonna flesh them out with the new update. I'm sure coming. There's supposed to be one coming, I think, in August called Destroyer of Worlds, and I'm hoping that has the engineers in it. But yeah, I'm ready for some more.
It's gonna have like 40k. Like there's gonna be like a planet kill rule.
It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, it's black stuff from Prometheus.
Yeah, you can breathe in and stuff. So yeah, it should be cool. I'll figure it out. Maybe the next one probably won't have necessarily a Predator angle to it. It might just be more exploration if we're going to pick up with these characters. Because it'll be no fun if you unless you guys are going after them. This might be you might not see them for a little bit. But yeah, it should be interesting to see how it all plays out.
So who's still alive? Like,
so in all terms of purpose, the only people we know is let's see. Rook is gone. Could be repaired, right? Rook could be repaired with Hallroyd's head. Let's see. Elias is gone. Beto is gone. So Mac is alive. Billy's gone. Oh, and he does have a face hugger on him, so might have to get rid of that guy. Arden is alive. It's Arden, Mickey, and
Meyer.
Meyer and Mac.
And you know what? Kind of poetic shift on this game, because if you think about last game played, last people to die was Kat's character got all acid burned up, and I'm not mean we played Alien, so like you're probably your last character death, and then Colin, you deserve to get out of to survive a game at some point, because I think you've died at like the last 2 so far, characters back to back. So Troy, Colin's first ever Alien game, he's the first guy to die within like 30 minutes.
And hasn't really done anything yet. He's just meeting the party, really.
Hi, I'm a doctor.
Yep.
I felt so bad. I was like, oh, that sucks.
But does like everything have a insta kill ability in this thing?
Pretty
Almost
much.
every creature
Pretty
has
much.
a kill.
Gee, okay, now I see why it's
You could be
terrifying.
doing really well, and then okay, I'm dead. You know?
So the way it
Yeah,
works is the creature, when it's its turn, it gets to roll a die to see what kind of attack. So I just rolled a 6. So on a 1, it might just make you panic, but a 6 is usually like it's going to go for the kill. So then it rolls a base number of dice. So usually on that thing like that, it rolls a base dice of 10. If it scores 1-6 and you don't have armor, you're done. You're just dead. It's just an auto kill.
So if you do have armor, what is the?
If it's not, I mean, all this stuff is armor. Well, actually, I don't even think it matters if you have armor. Oh, sorry, if you can't block it, you can. So they say in the book you can try to block it. So if you have a reaction, you could do the block, and you can try to absorb the damage from the. If you can absorb at least one of those 6s that it rolls, then you can block it. But like the head bite, the stuff like that, armor doesn't help you on any of it. It's literally the face hugger. Armor doesn't help you; just lapses onto your face. Literally, the face hugger says that. It even says it in the way it's written. It's called the slumbering embrace or something like that, and it literally it shoots. If you have your full suit on, it will shoot acid, literally melt the glass away, latch inside, and then take you out. Yeah, they're just nasty. It's just mean spirited game, right? It's just a very
best in mix. 40K and up.
It is like 40. Yes, it is a mess. Yeah,
I mean,
it
the cool
is.
thing about like the senses, they don't like Rook, and then with my first game I played Cham, so they don't break, right? You have to physically break them down. They don't break at all, so they don't have any stress. That's the good thing.
The androids, yeah.
Yeah, and then they're really strong, which is another good thing. But if they get hit, like when they start taking damage, like I threw somebody on the thing that we thought we killed, and the tail just spiked me, just straight up speared me, and I went down. I'm like,
it says if the facehugger gets 1-6, the poor victim is facehugged and immediately broken. Their last sensations are horrible, yet strangely loving. A firm but gentle caress around their head, a smothering sensation followed by a warm burst of oxygen-rich air filling their lungs, a deep sensation of slow motion falling. It's okay to fall asleep. That's the way it describes your death in the game. From a face.
I've seen all the alien movies. That does not look peaceful.
But that's what I'm saying. It looks violent, but you got to imagine like when that thing wraps around you and gets you, it probably puts you to, because yeah, you feel like you're suffocating, but then you got to remember it's keeping you alive. So you probably feel the air, and then you see the little glands moving on that thing. Dude, that thing is terrible. So to the person, when I read it, I was like, that's not what it looks like, but that probably is what it's like for the person who gets it. It's pretty nice.
We can't continue the first game because those characters were fun.
Which one was that? You mean when we
the one with Cham and the one with the irritating company guy.
So the survivors
that Jeremy played, right? Jeremy, is that his name? Oh
Jeremy, yes, Jeremy was great. So what we could do also, I do think that, if we do actually do a campaign, the one thing to figure out in that first episode, because like I said, these are still cinematic, meaning that I'm going for the throat in every single game. If we were to do campaign, it would not be as visceral. And in that first session, it would give us a chance to figure out who the buddies are, who the rivals, and then I would actually almost want you guys to create, similar to that first game, kind of like overall objectives maybe for your characters, or something about them that they want, and maybe some of those things kind of clash with other players, and we can kind of figure that out in a campaign. But I think that's what makes that first game so fun, because they gave you specifically what you needed to do, and that made it more like play. It was a lot of more play against each other, but you get more of that in a cinematic game than you do, in a campaign game.
So it would almost be like, instead of you meet at a tavern, it'd be like you all are at Gateway.
Yes, you would meet at the one of the station, the space stations, which is in here, is Epson or something like that, and or it could just be on your ship, like I said, if you guys wanted to continue with the mercenary idea, you can continuously play on that by recruiting other mercenaries to go on the galaxy with you. Because remember, the three arcs, the three party types that the game kind of talks about is either your either military base, you're kind of like space truckers, or you're like colonists. You got to find somewhere that fits in that. You're either like terraforming, or you're somewhere on a planet all the time, or you're constantly jumping through the galaxy as space truckers or as Marines. I think there's another one, but I think those are the three that they major, kind of like the three themes that they cover. And that kind of helps your party kind of settle into the world that they're playing in. And it's kind of cool when you are more of the, I think a campaign would be interesting with just people who aren't necessarily armed to the teeth all the time. Could be fun.
Like the first Alien movie.
Yeah. So Troy, they've all know this, but we've talked about this so many times, but if you play campaign, it actually slows things down a bit, and they actually talk about pretty much, like, this whole book has like the entire galaxy kind of spread out so that you could play 6 or 7 sessions and have no aliens pop up ever, or no predators, and it could just be, there's a lot of like inner like human conflicts, like, you know, you fight pirates and deal with people on space stations and go to different worlds and do excavation missions, and then like after 6 or 7 sessions, suddenly somebody dies by a face hugger. Like, wait, what's happening? Oh shit, we're still playing Alien. You know, it's like that.
Yeah, that'd be like perfect, really, because it's like surprise.
Yes.
You guys are getting too cocky here. Let's just throw some aliens at you to thin the herd a little.
But that was good. I didn't know how you guys are gonna.
This isn't No Man's Sky. Okay.
Yeah. I had a way to get there was a way to get the Predator ship online and fly that. There was actually a way to at least hunker down, protect yourself towards the water, and then if there was actually a possibility to find the parts, to scavenge the parts and use them from the crash site too, it just got harder because I forgot that it got exploded. It got exploded. But,
and in hindsight, I was kind of intrigued by looking for the Predator ship and trying to fly it. But if we had taken that, I assumed that the Elder would not be happy with us.
Probably not. You probably would have just fought you probably would have to fight the Elder for it, or convinced, or like, maybe, I don't know how it would have played out, but maybe he would have been honored by the duel, whoever survived. Maybe he would have taken out a few, and maybe he would have, allowed you, or you could have killed him and just taken the ship. I imagine that. And what I was kind of alluding with, I was trying to play. I kind of made it up on the spot, but I knew that there were some documents about the ship, and so I imagine that if Arden had more time to study him, that combined with going to the ship would have helped you guys use it to get off the planet. It was a reach, but that was kind of what I was reaching for there. Yeah. I definitely wanted the chase scene in the carrier. I wanted somebody to drive that thing, because I wanted somebody to drive it last time. Like driving it through the forest, getting shot at. This game was supposed to be more skill checks, but we never got, like, there's supposed to be like, almost like chase scenes devised around pilot checks, gunner checks, heavy machinery checks, stuff like that. And then as you fail them, things go wrong. Versus like, me doing a bunch of attacking, and but it still played out really fun. It turned into like a very cool little battle there. I never thought I'd see an army of face huggers. Jeez.
That was brutal.
Yeah, that's, if you've ever seen Alien Requiem, that Predator is so ridiculous. It's just, you remember the one scene where the lady it's a terrible scene. The lady's pregnant. She's in the hospital. And the Pred alien walks into the hospital.
Oh, yeah.
Get behind the veil, and before she wakes up, it latches its face onto her, and her throat starts moving because it's just injecting babies into her. It can inject them directly into you in that movie, which is a little silly and ridiculous. I can't really make that canon in my mind, but so then there's a moment where later they come into the hospital and, like, her stomach is open and there's like 6 aliens in there, 6 mini aliens in there. I was like, oh god, you guys went too far. It was like literally, because that was literally the Alien versus Predator movie where like everyone was so angry that they made a PG-13 AVP. So then they were like, you know what, we're going to give them a hard R. and we're gonna go all the way. Like somebody in the writing room was like, you know what we should do? Have a lady in the hospital who's pregnant, right? And like 5 aliens come out, and somebody was like, put that in the movie.
Yeah, that got greenlit on a storyboard.
Like, how did that get greenlit? Oh man, there's some cool parts of that movie, but there's also some parts I'm like, really, guys? It's so ridiculous.
But then again, in Alien, what is it? Resurrection or something like
Resurrection.
that. You have like that humanoid alien.
Oh,
thing.
I hate that thing, the humanoid baby thing, the baby.
Yeah,
That thing is pretty nasty.
Really, APV isn't that bad in comparison to that.
No, it's not. It's not. Yeah.
I think it'd be kind of cool to go back to Fury 161.
I want to. What's that? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I think it would be cool to go back to Fury 161, the prison planet.
Yes.
Because all they did is they closed it, like they cleaned it, they took the prisoners off, and there should be stuff still there.
You actually reminded me that was originally on my list to go to Fury. Yeah, so maybe could be a really good idea. So to go there, I can find So yeah. And it's cool. This is our first ending where like there was no ominous, like you guys didn't end in a situation where there was a face hugger hiding behind the, there was, I think every other session has just ended with like imminent doom for everybody. So, so I felt like it was appropriate. I was like, yeah, we got a couple survivors here that I think could fit the bill. And,
I knew, I'm like, okay, I want to die, so there's no way that my character's living. I'm like, that was the foreshadowing. Like, oh, that was.
Yeah, I thought the facehugger was going to get you, and then that didn't. I was like, oh man. And it was just, I just kept attacking the people who were around me, and I was like, I should rush over, have this Predalien attack, but I was like, it has to get under the ship to get to James, and so I feel like these are the people that are shooting at it, and it's all this. I just felt like it was like this T-Rex raging, rampaging in the camp, and I just had to kill some. It was like I was like, I got to kill something. But yeah, it's. I think that's the difference between D&D is you do have to kind of have that thought process. You're like, this creature is trying to kill somebody. Somebody is going to die. Who is it going to be? It's what you're trying to get. At least when you're in those situations. But fun stuff. I like the Fury idea. I might lean on that. Renee, and watch some Alien 3 again.
So are there like careers in this game? Because you have like a medic, a scientist, a marine.
Oh, you can totally be one of the Weyland-Yutani, like the all armored out dudes.
Yeah.
I mean, they come with the whole suit, the firepower. That's ridiculous.
Those guys are pretty badass. If
I was looking at the rule book and I'm like, oh, you can be those guys.
That'd be interesting too, because I imagine those guys might go back to Fury to wipe the place clean to like make sure it's everything there is gone.
Or even one of those things where they go in and they're not told to clean everything out. They're told to bring it. It's just basically extraction, movement, and securing the thing back wherever Weyland is studying this stuff.
That's true. Yeah. Unfortunately, the only thing about that, if I had to, I'm sure we could find a way, but if I was arguing from a movie standpoint, they know they're flying all that way there, and that one guy who looks like Bishop is essentially, we're supposed to believe, is at least from the family of Weyland, right? It's like he's definitely one of the Weylands. Or maybe he's not, because he just says I created him. So he could have been one of their high up scientists. And when they arrive, they believe that Ripley's the only one. They just came for her. Maybe there are other specimens, but they only came for her specimen because Newt's gone, Hicks is dead, and she's the only one with an alien in her. And then she jumps and rides it out and dies in the fire, and the alien dies with her. So I wonder how they would think that there might be something else left.
You could do it where, like, it's the opening sequence of 3, right? It's the Sulaco and the egg that was opening up. So if there was one, chances are there was more.
There was more. Yeah, there's always a chance with aliens that there's more.
And then the way that they did it in the first one is like they, it starts to secrete that stuff on Dallas, and then basically, I think it's like a frog, right? Like if there's no females, it
could
or no
turn
males,
into.
it can turn. And so that's how Dallas was getting ready to have that done to him and be the first like one that's going to have another one coming out of him. I mean, so you could say that while that thing was underneath the prison planet,
Mm-hmm.
There may have been rats or whatever.
Yeah.
Life is down there, and they just start to multiply. And since the prison's empty, it's just them. So they have
It's
their
just
own
them. Yeah.
colony or hive by that point.
I like that idea. I got to think more on that. And it's funny that you say that about the whole Dallas, the secretion. So I was reading in this book, and they talk about that secretion and the way they make it and that resin. So I guess once the alien bursts out of you, like that lady in part 2 when she died, she's like, kill me, kill me. So once that happens, you become a part, like your body becomes a part of the wall. Eventually, like it kind of starts to absorb your very being. And then the aliens and the warriors and the babies, they eat that stuff. They like, it's like basically living walls, and it's food. But it's all made out of organic matter. So it's all made out of all the humans that have died. It's pretty crazy when you like, it's a trip.
Yeah, it's like ants in an ant hive. They'll pull each other apart and like secrete themselves around it. And it's just like,
oh my god,
nasty.
it's so nasty. I remember reading one of the novels where there's like the war between the red xenomorph and the black xenomorphs, kind of like red ants, black ants. That was pretty
Genocide.
cool. Yes, Genocide. Yeah,
yeah. I still have that book. I got it when I was in high school. That's the one I kept. And I'm like, that one's.
And all the athletes on Earth, like they're selling the jelly, the sack stuff that the Queen Alien secretes. People sell that as a drug that you get like super, like just jacked on. It's crazy. It's a trip. Yeah, it's a lot of. None of it's like all like Dark Horse comic novel canon kind of stuff. It's like the Star Wars stuff. You don't know what to believe. What's like. So they do a good job of kind of creating. They pretty much they get rid of alien resurrection in this book. They take Prometheus as to canon. They take the alien isolation as canon in this book, and then they take some of the Dark Horse stuff as canon. Yeah, so isolation happened in this book. Yeah, because the station is there. There's like all the recordings they mention.
Because in the game, one of my favorite games to play when it came out, all the androids went apeshit.
So those androids aren't Weyland's androids. They're like another, I think they're BioNational or one of the other companies. There's a company that makes shitty androids. They're pretty much like bargain androids because Weyland makes them at the highest level. And then there's the people that make the ones like in those games that kind of walk around. And they have some drawings of those androids in here. And then some people even like to say that if you know your Blade Runner, then there's the other company that makes the Blade Runner androids, which are literally like the closest thing to human that anybody makes. Yeah. So I forget what you call them. What do you call those synthetics, Renee? What do they call? That sounds funny.
Simulants?
Is it a simulant or something like that? Yeah.
They're
their eyes have a little touch of red in their eyes, but it's really good.
I know they like a slang. They call them skin jobs.
Skin jobs, yeah, they do call them. Yeah.
What was that?
I think we're gonna
Replicant.
log off. We'll see you guys
Oh,
later.
yeah, sorry.
All right, take care.
All right, folks. Yeah, good playing with you guys tonight.
Later.
Have a good night.
Night.
Replicant.
There you go.
Yeah. I had to actually Google search that one because I was like,
Replicants, yeah.
I'm not a Blade Runner person, really. I haven't watched that movie.
You should check out Blade Runner for sure. If you're a Predator fan, like you should. Alien 1, Alien 2, Blade
I watched
Runner.
all the Aliens.
Blade Runner
and
1.
all the Predators, including the Concrete Jungle one, which isn't the best, but it's still a pretty decent one.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And I actually love Blade Runner 20, the last really the one with Ryan Gosling.
Yeah.
2049, I think it was. Yeah, I'm picky choosy. So for me, as much as I like AVPs, I don't I don't treat any of them as canon, even though I've been playing it. Like I kind of treat them as though like fanfare, because they don't seem to kind of completely add up in terms of the world the way they've been. Like it's hard to believe that like aliens that Weyland-Yutani had a pyramid in Antarctica that they found and then did all that stuff, and then aliens happened, and then that's how they got. I mean, I see how they tried to make it work. I just feel like if aliens get to Earth, it's a wrap. You can't have aliens out. They can't be on Earth the whole time. It kind of divorces what made them so scary about Ripley meeting them in space. Is if they've been here the whole time fighting predators, you're like, and the predators have been keeping them at bay. It's kind of like it kind of takes some of the mystery, some of the horror, I think, away from the predator. The alien just turns into like another like monster movie, you know?
Oh no, completely. Like the APV movie itself, when you saw the Aztec pyramid, and it's like, oh, they've been here for hundreds of years. It's like, how are we still here then?
Yeah, because this should not be. This should be a
guys
wrap.
reproduce like rabbits. Like they take anything and everything. There should be some like weird ass rabbits running around.
Because that's one of the fears in the books and in the novels is that if an alien gets back to Earth, it's truly game over. Like they would not be able to check. You wouldn't be able to check them fast enough.
It's very much
that was the whole thing. Yeah, that was the whole thing with the first Alien versus Predator comic, is that one human, she survived, and they were up in the Arctic. But that was the thing, is like the Predator ship got shot down by something else, and it was carrying eggs in there to take back, and that's why the whole thing happened. Yes. And it was just like, we're going to contain it here, and then that's it.
Yep, get rid of it. You know,
it's like I don't know if anyone here watched the movie called Life with a shitload of high-end actors, Ryan Reynolds, Jake Gyllenhaal, and a bunch of others.
I think I have seen it.
They found life out in outer space.
Oh, yes.
It finally, like, at the end of it, you realize, oh, it got to Earth, and you can't kill this thing.
Yeah. Life was essentially, I felt like every 10 or 15 years, they essentially, I call it like a remake of Alien, like a rehashing of Alien. And it was decent. It was good. But
it was the way that the thing, like the original story is who goes there. And if you've never read it, it's like really, it's hardcore science fiction because the guy was a scientist. But the way it ends is they do the math and they realize if just one cell gets out, then within 48 hours, the entire world that's it.
Wow.
And in that one, like they basically just decide, okay, we're going to, and it's not like in the thing where they, you have McCready and Child sitting across, like, we're just going to wait here. And like, they're going to freeze. They're not going to survive. Nobody's coming for them. So, that it's at least contained between the two. In the story, it's just like, nope, there's a husky that arrives at the camp and starts rummaging around. And then it just says hours pass and the husky kind of like runs off in the distance. And you're like, oh, it's over. And it's just like that was something that I think only if you saw it on TV there was that extra shot in John Carpenter's footage. Like if you watched it on Channel 13 when they would play it on Channel 13, there was all the credits and then there was a cutscene and it was a husky running through the snow at the end. And you're like,
oh man, it almost gave me chills. It's like, I remember that.
I got when they did the anniversary Blu-ray, I bought it and I'm like, they have the TV version and they have the theatrical version. Theatrical version doesn't have it. The TV version had it. And I told my brother, I'm like, dude, you need to watch this. Watch it all the way to the end. He's just like, I can't find it. I'm like, just watch it to the end. Watch the TV version. And he's just like, that's where it is.
I love movies that have those two versions, and sometimes some people have seen that one version when people haven't. So, for example, like it's not on the same caliber, not at all as the thing, but it is a good movie. Have you guys seen Descent or The Descent with the 5 girls that go into the cave?
Yeah.
So there's 2 versions of that movie, and there's the the original release I think was in Europe or Britain or something like that, and then the release in America, I guess American audiences are all such, they didn't like the ending, so they changed it. So when I first saw it at the end, I don't know if you guys remember, so at the end she gets out, she runs to her car, she gets in the car and she's huffing, and then somebody slams on the window, and she turns around and her friend is like a ghost of her friend is like sitting there in the car, and it ends like that. And it's nothing, no one's there, and she like drives off. In the original, when I finally got it like on Blu-ray, she like gets out, she runs down the road, she gets in the car, and then she gets scared by the friend, and she wakes up, and she is, she's still in the cave. Yeah. And she ends up seeing her daughter, and then her daughter, she's like blowing out her candles, and the little girl sitting across from her with a little cake, and she's just looking at the daughter, and they start to like pull back on the scene, and you can see all of the creatures crawling from all different angles through the cave to the spot that she's at, and then but the daughter's not there, and the cake is not there. It's just her torch. She's just like sitting there looking at the torch, and she's imagining her daughter as they close in. Such a good ending, but like, you know, the other one's like a classic horror jump scare ending. But yeah, some good stuff. Oh man, yeah, you guys had me on my toes tonight. I'm exhausted. I was like, where's it going?
All right, you kill my predator. Guess what? Now you're gonna have to deal with the hybrid. Deal with it. I'm sorry that you went from like, if I'm gonna put it into calibers, you went from like a 9mm and you went straight to howitzer.
Yeah.
Like you're like, okay, guys, break time. Come back from break.
Well, because literally the only reason, like I said, I had a Pred alien was to counterbalance fighting this predator at the end. And so I was like, oh no, now I only have him. I could have the elder, but if the only thing that would bring the elder out, he's not going to come out to kill a bunch of humans for no reason. He would be trying to figure out what's going on with what killed his, pupils or fighters. And so while he's figuring that out, I imagine, well, what's the Pred alien doing? Because like literally during the break, I was like, okay, who's the next guy? What do I do here? How did I get off? And I'm like, well, the Pred alien is definitely going to start replicating. And if the predators have killed everybody on the island, it's going to start looking for food. And so she's just going to start dumping off, face huggers and being
kill
like,
the Pred alien really quick. He's just going to be like, creator, deal with it now.
Right. Yeah. Just a ship flies down and I have to make sense of it.
But now you see why we were just like, oh man, we got that game on Thursday.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't aware that like a 6 was instant death, and I'm like, that's the fear. Gotcha.
They're brutal, man. They are brutal.
Yeah.
And I remember like in our first game, everybody was just like, can you do that? And I was like flipping through. Because Malcolm knew that I was looking through it, and I was just like, because I had emailed him, I'm like, Malcolm, these things are this is a brutal rule set, man. And he's just like, yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm like, and he asked me, he's like, Renee, can you check that? I was just like, I'm already on it. And he's just like, well, what does it say? I'm like,
yeah, it's like, oh man. That's why I decided to roll tonight, because I know a lot of people will be like, is he just killing people that he wants to kill? I was like, okay, yeah. But
it makes total sense to have like an instant death in this.
It's horror
game set. Like you're fighting aliens, you're fighting predators, you're fighting that whole, franchise and everything it comes with. So it's like, yeah, like you're taking a plasma cannon. I've not seen one movie where a human took a plasma cannon and walked away.
Even though based on plot armor. First, we see it a lot. Arnold Schwarzenegger so everybody else that predator shoots in the movie dies, and then somehow he takes one across the shoulder, like he gets blasted and it burns, it like grazes him and burns him, and then he goes flying. So you're like, it happens. Like,
that was also, he was running from him and he jumped into the ravine. Because then he went floating down, and that's when he was like, all right, time to mud up.
Yeah. Oh, man. So good.
I don't know if I would be able to play a Predator campaign because my brain would be like, what did Arnold do? What did Glover do? What did these guys do? And I'm like, my character doesn't know any of that shit.
But that's what I was telling them is part of I feel like you play this game. Part of this game is you kind of have to, metagaming is a part of it, but being creative with how to make your metagame come to pass, right? So like I was telling everybody it's no fun to have people who love Alien to sit there and be like, oh man, you're thinking I would like to make a cool Alien moment here, but I can't do that because my character doesn't know. That's no fun. So what I say is, yes, I don't want you to literally be like, the Predator comes out and he's like, I'm putting mud on. I'm like, why are you putting mud on? But if you're like, if you're thinking, if there's a way to get my character in water, or if I'm asking them what the ground looks like, maybe I can find a way to get that character covered in mud, in a where you're still doing the same thing, but it's how you go about doing it that makes it a little bit cooler.
You can't just be like, I cover myself in mud. Why?
Yeah.
Because they have heat vision.
Oh,
like they can see infrared all day.
Exactly.